You fill every evening and empty during the day. Well, there you go. It's like digital Lego. That too. I just like the aesthetic creativity of it. There's also that, but just the mechanics and the staring at systems and memorizing systems is all fun. Yeah, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress scratches a very particular itch that very few other games scratch. And to me, the other games that scratch that same itch just make me want to play Dwarf Fortress and stop playing that game, right? Like, Timberborn scratched a similar itch, but just made me want to play more Dwarf Fortress. To a degree, things like The Sims scratch a similar itch, but just make me want to play Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld scratches a similar itch, but just makes me want to play Dwarf Fortress. Does encourage better behaviors for you since it forces you to focus on a couple of projects rather than all at once. I mean, to me, the one possible way to do all projects at once in Dwarf Fortress is have a bunch of inactive dwarves at all times and pause the game, queue up like 40 jobs, and then press go and watch. That is a way to do it. Like, you can absolutely do it, but it is a slow grind. All right. Who's ready for some video games, chat? Press 1. And also Twitch chat, you can say hi YouTube if you want. YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Just a PSA. Before we dive in game, I will not be naming dwarves for a bit because there are no dwarves to name. So if you're wondering, Blind, why naming thing deactivated? It's because everybody died, okay? Everybody died. The first chunk of today's stream is going to be reorganizing the fort because we're currently in a not great place. What happened? I can show you. I can show you. I mean, there will be a highlight probably tomorrow. Or no, not tomorrow. Day after. Or wait, actually, what day is it? It's Wednesday, so probably Friday there will be a highlight if I can get it edited. Okay, so this is the population of the fortress right now. The population of the fortress is Deep Sea Fishin, Jezza, Cave Johnson, Cyan Corp, Diamond Destruct, Dominok, Animal, Creed, Notakasa, Mini Big Boss, Shadow Absorber, Shy Phantasma, and Red Octobear, and Edisentensi. And now, what happened? Well, here, let me show you. This happened. This guy. This guy happened. Pun intentional. EFT Breakout. Shinobi. Ghana Tank. Insulina. Keen Cook. Power Tools and Beer. Napalm Sideburns. Strixa Trixa. Valor Nash. Percussive Giant. Shark Jumping Walrus. Big Bang. Rafts. Ranger Rick Stormwolf. Wuggy. Etc. It is a gigantic feathered toad. Knobby shell. Bloated body. Sandy talp feathers. Long and narrow. Beware its poison vapors. Which make me wonder, is this one of those fixed poison beasts I was talking about earlier? Because the dwarves would get into melee range with it and immediately just, like, die. Like, instantly upon getting into melee range with it. How did it get in is probably the next thing you're wondering. Well, you see this? I actually managed to get this filled in, but this is a rough dolomite block floor. It came in through the water down here, so it swam in and actually popped up and out. And while it was fighting, I actually jumped down here and sealed that off, and apparently a dwarf managed to get down here and seal it off, but probably died in doing so. So, yeah, that is what happened. Now, we were able to trap it because it went past this door. So I was able to trap it because it was fighting, and then just went down there. So we were able to get all the bodies cleared up and cleaned up. Most of the bodies are just in random coffins. I think what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to change the aesthetic and the layout of this a little bit. It's going to become an interconnected crypt instead of individual tombs because, I'll be honest, because bodies no longer, how do I put this? maintain the same location when they die. Like, they don't maintain claim over their tomb. All Forgotten Beasts can swim, JJ. Even ones made of fire. Because they lose ownership of their tomb and I have to manually reassign them, I'm not memorizing who's in what bedroom, so that makes that very difficult. I do want to stick to the everybody has a tomb and a bedroom and a blah, blah, blah kind of setup, but in order to do that, I have to do it in a way that makes logical sense. So right now, it's a bit tricky to actually work, but I'm still going to try and keep up with everybody having an assigned tomb. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go through every single dwarf, make sure that they still have a bedroom assigned, make sure that they still have a tomb assigned, make sure that they have everything that they need assigned, try and memorialize every upset dead dwarf, and we should get a migrant wave sometime in the next few months. That's the current status of the fort. We are getting attacked. We've been getting sieged, but they've just been small sieges, partially because of the population being so small. The current major project is this. This is the current major project, which I had to put on pause due to the, oops, I accidentally Forgotten Beast everywhere. The goal is to completely redirect, or make the river completely redirectable, basically. Down here, I have this. This is where it's going to flow off and power this. This right here is going to power all of this eventually. But first, we have a priority, which is unfuck the fort. Stormwolf, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. So, let's go down the list, shall we? The first one is deep sea fishing. You have a bedroom and a study, but no tomb. Your bedroom is right here. So I'm going to go down here, place a tomb. I'm going to hit Z, I'm going to go to tomb. I'm going to click this. And I'm going to add a dwarf, deep sea fishing. As for you, you do have a assigned workshop, which is probably connected to your bedroom, right? It is this. Yeah, okay. So you're a brewer. Deep sea fishing is our brewer. Step 1. Next dwarf. Once we've done all of this, I can then at that point relatively safely state, wow, the two lovers stayed alive. That's great. That they will be okay. So your bedroom is right here. You're not sharing a bedroom with your lover. There is napalm sideburns already down here, but I can throw Jezza into here. And for Jezza, you don't actually have an assigned workshop, which is probably okay. But let's see, what's close to your quarters? Is anybody assigned to this? Okay, we're going to put Jezza onto here. Jezza is now assigned to this shop. Cave Johnson over here has modest quarters but no study. Okay, so I don't actually like Cave Johnson being in here. I think I'm going to move Cave over to here. And remove Cave from here. So Cave now has this office and this bedroom. Just making sure that everything is neatly organized. Cave Johnson doesn't have a specific job. So I'm going to give Cave Johnson this gem cutters shop to start working on. And I'm going to remove that job as a repeating task. And instead, we'll set that to 5. And whenever the amount of rough gems is above 25, we're just going to do that annually. They'll cut a couple gems. The Johnson did survive. Cyan Corp, also, who is our manager, does not have a proper bedroom and office setup. So Cyan Corp has these two, which is good. Cyan Corp needs a tomb. But yeah, that's just going to be the beginning of this. But yeah, Forgotten Beasts. All Forgotten Beasts can swim. Just a reminder to anybody who, like, maybe has forgotten that or doesn't know that for some reason. All Forgotten Beasts can swim, which makes them exceptionally dangerous. This can be Cyan Corp's gig right here. You can be a clother. But remember, they can also claim any other unclaimed workshops, and there will be plenty. Diamond Destruct, who is the mayor, who I'm going to remove other tasks from. This is their... They're still not happy with their... That's bullshit. There's no way you're not happy with your quarters. Oh, hey, how are you doing, Fraga? It's good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so you do, in fact, have a grave. Okay, so Diamond is good. Dominok, you should also be good. Yeah, you're good. Dominok has both of these, and also is assigned to this. Animal, where is your bedroom? I think I'm gonna move Animal over to here. Actually, no, maybe not that one, because that's like the family one. You know, let's move Animal right here. Because currently, I don't have a captain of the guard. And I think I'm going to make Animal into the captain of the guard. But yeah, if anybody has any requests for their living dwarf, or if anybody would like to check in on any dwarves, please do let me know, and I will do that. But right now, you know, we're just rehousing all of the few remaining dwarves, and just making sure that all of these dwarves have a possible future ahead of them. So since you're now the captain of the guard, I'm also going to remove your extra labors and give you this. And I'm just going to jump to your original bedroom and remove it. So you got fine quarters and quarters. Which is this one. This can be removed from you. Okay, who's up next? Got Nodokasa, who has everything that they need. Mini Big Boss just has a bedroom. I think we can give you a nicer bedroom than this. So I'm going to remove you from here. Fraga wants you to post beers, chat. Can you rename the Forgotten Beast to Kidney Stone? I'd rather not. Do I have to? Can you use If you can convince somebody to use their, what's the word? Actually, hold on. Maybe you can do it. No, you can't. If you can convince somebody to use their tier 2 subscription to nominate the Forgotten Beast to be named Kidney Stone, I'll consider it. It's a nice big bedroom with a dining hall and everything. Let's go with Mini Big Boss here. And you're a beekeeper. I should probably give you beekeeping. All right, who's next? We've cleared through Mini Big Boss. Shadow Absorber. You just have quarters. Actually going to remove you from here, and let's jump back to the middle. Shadow Absorber. Shadow Absorber. And Shadow Absorber. Shy Phantasma. You have modest quarters over here. It is Shy and then rest in peace, Bevan. And then I'm going to jump down into here. I'm also realizing I didn't do graves for a lot of these. But that's relatively easy. I can just go through and assign some to anybody who doesn't have one currently. And then you, go to Animal, you, got a Red Octobear, you. Oh boy, I've got dead dwarves that don't have them yet. Kira. What's my end goal for this one? Like, for the fortress or for the world as a whole? I don't know what my end goal for the world as a whole is. For this particular fortress, my end goal is pretty simple. It's bring it back from the dead and have fun and enjoy the process. And when it's done is when I'm bored of it. Also, Tom T and Tom Fool in the YouTube chat. Hello. It's the chat of Tom. It's good to see you too. Hope you're doing well. And also, Lord JJ continuing the subscription they got from Alpha Bean. Cheers. What the fuck did you tell me about tier 2 to name it? Okay, I said, Salva, if you want to ask our friend Semtexagon, they can explain it to you, I'm sure. Red Octobear, let's check you. Okay, you've got everything you need. And the Surgeon, you've just got decent quarters. So because you are a Surgeon, I'm actually going to remove you from here and go... Where was the other hospital-ish zone that I made? Because I did make a second area to the hospital zone. It's up here, right? Yeah, okay. This is going to be where my surgeon lives. Because this is a hospital up here. And I'm also going to make a, well, just a single tile zone. That's a tomb that's assigned to them. And, I think that's it. Let's unpause the game. And our friend Sam may have a kidney stone and wants me to name a beast kidney stone. So I'm saying I'll do it if somebody uses their tier 2 command redemptions. Also, just as I unpause the game, we go into an ad break, so I'm pausing the game again. But yeah, any questions about the fort currently? Yes? No? Maybe so? Aw, man. I refreshed my YouTube account, and I went from 53,274 subscribers to 53,266 subscribers. So I don't know what I did, but Sag. Is the flying duck still there? No. No, it is not. It's fine. I'm not too concerned about losing a handful of subscribers out of nowhere. It happens, but it's just kind of like, nah, come on. Nah, come on, man. Why you gotta be like that kind of deal? What did I ever do to make you unsubscribe? Upload too many videos of a game you don't care about anymore? Ah, man. It's kind of funny. I just received an email from my landlord. It says, "Good morning. Confirming that you received the email below and will be able to provide access for mandatory fire alarm testing." Chat room, should I tell her that I approved the dates for the fire alarm testing because of my duties on Strata now? It's almost like, yeah, I know. I organized this. I told the building manager, me and the group of 2 other people told the building manager to send you the email saying that this is happening. Should I tell her? Probably not. But I did forget to respond to her email, admittedly, so. I'm not the ones testing them, but I am the person I am one of 3 people who signed the okay go that this is the weekend we're going to do it. Those dates won't work for me. I'm busy with a prior engagement. Yeah, working. It's a Tuesday. I will. Also, how did this get here? I'm just gonna invisible that for me so I don't go crazy looking at it. All right. So let's just, I guess, follow a dwarf around because really, all that we're doing right now is, wait, what? Who are you meeting with? Okay, you know what? I'm actually just going to delete this, and I'm going to delete this. Well, maybe not that, but I'll leave these, but I'm going to delete that office there. I'm going to make this a little bigger. The reason is I kind of don't really want people using this upper area right now. I don't have enough dwarves. You're going to make beef samosas? Ooh. Ooh. That sounds tasty. No, I mean, she does know. It's just I don't actually expect her to remember all of the things that I do. Satisfied upon yelling at somebody in charge. So we really need to make sure that I can keep the dwarves happy. I'm just like checking all these creatures now to see if they have icons. Not constantly disappointed, but also making all these rock muffins. I mean, coffins. Just going to give dwarves who do not yet have coffin a coffin once they become available. It was up here, right? That needs one. Yeah, right there. So another thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go here. And I'm going to go to, let's just say cloth crafts. I'm just going to make 10. And let's say rock crafts. Let's just make 10. And let's say wooden crafts. Make 10. I'm going to do that because these dwarves need some entertainment. They need something to claim. And I think we're going to do that. And then we're going to basically just enact a festival demand until this is done. Because right now we've just got such damaged dwarves. I feel bad for them. And we're basically just kind of SOL until we get another trade caravan. Beef mimosas is a very different thing from beef samosas. I'm also going to, I think, remove the current assignment and pause this meeting zone. Well, actually, let's just delete this meeting zone for right now, because I want them to be hanging out down in the tavern, not up here. Really, is what I want them doing. So I'm just gonna let them go hang out down inside of the fort. I will rebuild that a little later, but for right now, You've got plenty of mints if you mess up. Yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, if you have any kind of farming situation, definitely. It's very much day in the life of a dwarf. Grabbing a whole char. Prepared char. How do you feel about this drink, Shy Phantasma? Or this meal? I mean, you prefer to consume blood gnat, foxtail millet beer, and dwarven milk. All right, you're a weird dwarf. Seriously, you're a very strange dwarf. One must always be loyal to their cause and the ones they serve. I don't think you have a specific room assigned or a specific job assigned to you. So I'm kind of curious as to where this dwarf ends up. Aside from the fact that they're just walking around seeing pretty stuff. The what milk? Dwarven milk. It's milk that only dwarves know how to make. It is made from the milk of purring maggots. Purring maggots. You know, it doesn't matter how long people have played this game, they're always going to be shocked and appalled by the wording of dwarven milk. They're like giant pillow cats. They're maggots that purr. You can absolutely limit your migrant wave size, and you can limit your population counts. ROL, what determines the size of migrant waves is the amount of value you are selling to the mountain home. If you're selling a lot of stuff, you'll get bigger migrant waves. If you sell less stuff, you'll get smaller. You can limit your populations here in the settings. That's a response to a YouTube question. The sprite for the purring maggot is kind of adorable. I don't think I've seen a purring maggot in this version, like once. But the pop is low currently because we had 55 dwarves. And now we had 15, and now we have 14. Because there was a big meanie beastie. Because this map claimed to have iron and silver on it, but I haven't found either of those. So it'll be nice when I find it. I have never had purring maggots in a fort. I have never made dwarven milk in a fort. Shadow. Also, Shadow, you'll like this, just as a little tidbit. I saw a blog post last night on Ghost's official newsletter, which is they are building Activity Pub integration into their platform. So sometime in the next couple of months, I will be able to integrate directly with Activity Pub. So that's kind of cool. Ghost is federating. You find making so many rooms all at once tedious? Just remember, Dwarf Fortress is like... No, I mean, the soft answer isn't no. It's sell less during migrant wave, or before that major migrant waves. Just sell less stuff, and you will get smaller migrant waves of dwarves. And if you want to limit your dwarven cap, go into your settings and just limit the population cap. The answer is yes, you can absolutely do that. Just because it's in a settings menu doesn't mean the answer is no. Okay, so Kick Roast is one of the dwarves that I couldn't get to memorialize. But I mean, if you want to take that as a no, that's not how it was intended to be communicated. You only do 2x2 rooms. Sag. Torturing your dwarves. YouTube chat is torturing their dwarves, Twitch chat. 2x2 rooms. Travesty. Kick Roast right here. Should shape them more. Yours are always at least 4x4. It doesn't take much longer to do this versus this versus this versus this. Doesn't change the amount of time it takes for the player much. Is there a relation between invasions and population size? When you are settling, and this, it says whether or not you have neighbors and whether or not they're hostile in the bottom right of the embark square, on the information on the top right. If that currently says neighbors, like you have neighbors, then you will just get invaded at some point. It's like a matter of time. It's based on the amount of value that you are exporting. So if you're exporting a lot of value, then there is a higher, or it's just a matter of time before you get invaded. Whereas if you are, that's not the button I want. This is the button I want. Whereas if you are further away from enemies, they won't attack you unless you attack them, or you have a large population, which is determined by the population of your fortress, and that can be changed in your settings. By default, it's set to 80 is considered a large population. So if you have a small population fort, you're not going to get attacked for quite a long time. All right, so now we have new dwarves. So let's start distributing them into bedrooms. In fact, we got Aiden, a herbalist, and a pump operator named Tubal. Once these dwarves are all bedroomed, I will re-enable Dwarf naming. All right, well, that's Dominok, that's Cyan Corp. Let's start off here. And they are a couple, which is great. They're running in to pick up equipment. You're a member of the East Sect, and you're a member of the Communion of Contests. They have a son, too. You know, since they have a son, I'm just going to jump down to their bedroom. This can be their son. Right here, Labash. Welcome to the fort. It's like a family of 3 shows up. I'll take it. I will take it. And they'll probably be ecstatic with this place because suddenly they just have all of the housing you could want. And I will just make tombs for all 3 of them. It's like, congratulations, you live here now. Have a tomb. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm just going to do thunk, thunk, thunk. Let's go over here. Here. And kiddo. All right, well. Let's also throw some animals in here. Well, maybe not. I don't know if there's still animal bodies around. There probably isn't. Okay, well, the newbies are picking up equipment, and I'm going to do this. Do dwarves like having assigned tombs? They like having assigned, yes, anything. Anything that can be assigned to them, they will appreciate having, and it will give them happy thoughts. Also, we're at 887 subs. We should aim for 900 again. We're getting close. We'll get there. It's a matter of time. All right, so the redemptions for dwarfs should be up. So if somebody wants to be one of this family of 3, Napalm, Second Burns, Rise. I'll just call you Napalm, so I can keep you separated. Napalm is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and is slow to anger, is somewhat scatterbrained, is confident under pressure, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respect and martial prowess, and he has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He is personally sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. He finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes horn silver, gold, and alexandrite, and ibex hoof and brown recluse spider silk. The color dark taupe, and quivers and cages and turkeys for their waddle, and mandrills for their colorful faces, not foes. And the words of the pantomime of tweeting, and when possible prefers to consume giant kangaroo cheese and white millet beer, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. His jade eyes are very wide set. He has a prominent chin. His medium length beard is braided, and his sideburns are clean shaven. He has a wife, a child, and one passing acquaintance. He's currently hanging out in a temple. I'm actually going to go down to this temple, and Shadow Absorber is still alive, and I'm also going to check this temple, and we do not currently have a Holy Pearl, so let's give it to our talented negotiator. Welcome to the fort. And I don't currently have a broker, who I'm just going to make into the Holy Pearl. just so that I can know the value of things. Okay, so reminder, tier 2 subscribers, you guys can nominate people unless somebody did that and I missed it. Yeah, now it's time to just let the dwarves do their thing for a little bit, because I'm sure there's plenty of jobs and tasks that need to be put away. We got all these crafts that need to be made, so at the very least we can maybe clear the acquire an object need at some point. Clothing and stuff is just going to get started as time goes. I'm a little bit worried about the repeating tasks I have completely overwhelming these dwarves. I'm also going to unforbid this. Let's let deep sea fissions start brewing. And yeah, now we just chill for a little bit, basically. Get to know these dwarves. We've seen a dwarf with like 6 lovers. The thing you need to remember is if you see a dwarf, it says, let's say 80 years old, right? 5 lovers, wife, child. And then you click this and you don't see the lovers in the relations. What that means is they've had 6 lovers. So that would be like me saying I've had 4 girlfriends in my life, but currently single. If it says has 5 lovers and you look at this and it says lover, 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 then you don't judge. Otherwise, it's just them talking about their history. So in the past, they have had X number of lovers. And polygamy is fine and accepted in Dwarfort. Good self-promotion? What? Also, investments are open for those of you who care in the Twitch chat. So how's the Twitch side of things, JJ? Do you feel safe here? Never understood why fish dissector and fish cleaner are separate skills. Because one dissects vermin and the other one cleans and prepares fish. It's 2 separate skills because it's 2 separate jobs that do 2 separate things. Okay, so Diamond Destruct is conducting a meeting. We've got Deep Sea Fishin who's attending a meeting. Man, okay. I'm just going to completely deactivate this little area up here. With the exception of the dormitory. Because I basically don't want dwarves using this. For right now. It's too big and out of the way. It makes a little bit more sense during normal times, but these are not normal times right now. My video part still sucks? Oh, no. Well, for whatever it's worth, it's the same resolution and same bitrate as YouTube. Because I ain't streaming in 2 different resolutions and 2 different bitrates. It's nonsense. Chaos and socks everywhere? I don't know about socks everywhere. I don't know about everywhere. That seems a bit like an exaggeration. I could tell them to dispose of the socks, but honestly, I'm just going to use it as stuff to sell. Napalm seems to like it here. You're going to be a very happy dwarf. Okay, so let's look at the less happy dwarves. These ones. Mastering diseases. What are you upset about? You want to practice martial art? Okay. Be with family, afraid after experiencing trauma. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something a wee bit cheesy. I'm going to add 3 more dwarves to the military squad. We're going to jump over here. I'm going to make a new barracks right here. And I'm going to be like, hey, dwarves, go train for a little bit. Put all of these squads on constant training. Once you're done conducting a meeting, go pick up equipment and go train. Oh, the VODs? Oh yeah, no, VODs on Twitch suck. There's a reason I upload them to YouTube. there is a very real reason why I upload them to YouTube. Let's just let these dwarves enjoy the great healing waters of waterfalls for right now. And I think that I need clothing to queue up again. Although I'm curious about something. Yeah, okay, all of these are forbidden. So I'm going to start unpausing jobs like these. Oh, it's a ghost. That's bad. Okay, well, I'm going to have to cancel this task for a second because I need to place a memorial. Pretty sure that was the only one, which it should be engraved. Let's double check, actually. Yeah, there you go. Well, let's just take this one off of training temporarily. Please just go construct things, maybe. And most of these dwarves we're just going to let sit here. Is the mist animation similar to channeling up into an aquifer you mentioned in your aquifer tutorial? Yes, although this is a machine that's basically mimicking that. The difference is I can turn this off and on, and it's more consistent, whereas a light aquifer isn't as consistent. But yeah, same effect. Juniper died. Jin, I guess. And Lanix, hello. Rip 30K. Oh, well. I mean, is what it is, right? You bet you lost. Sad face. Is there an issue with putting everyone in the military to make them all have sword, leather, and armor? There's no issue with it. Some dwarves just very much do not enjoy that process, if that makes any sense. I'm not hearing any of the audio effects, like the in-game notifications. I don't know if you guys are hearing them, but they're just not making sounds for me. It's kind of like weirding me out a little bit. Basically, I'm going to let them train until all of them have cleared the martial art need. Right here. Martial training need. So I'm just going to sit here and stare until that is satisfied. Don't call it Sprithome for nothing. Well, it's our home in spirit, right? You don't hear it and you're at max? Yeah, I'm not hearing them at all, and I've cranked up my volume, so I don't know. I'm wondering if that's like a bug in this beta, which wouldn't surprise me at all, actually. I mean, this dwarf is technically a wrestler. But at the very least, they're happy being near that waterfall, which I want to see these numbers going up as well. Did you? Okay, well, I didn't. So I'm just kind of curious. Well, that's not good. Horrified reliving being haunted by the dead. Horrified after experiencing trauma. Well, hey, there we go. We only have 2 most depressed dwarves now, but we do have 5 of the slightly less depressed. So these numbers are getting better. Edited out sound. Also, I was playing a little bit of adventure mode last night, just messing around with things. And one, it's way easier to control with the mouse now. And 2, I feel like the music plays better. I'm not talking about the music. I'm talking about notification sounds, the t-t sound that happens when stuff pops up. The music is playing. Bastet. So if you're talking about music, that is not what I'm talking about. I am specifically talking about the notification sound that pops up when there is an alert, and I don't hear it at all. So you wouldn't have heard anything. The music might be low if you have bad headphones or audio setup. That like ticking noise that happens when there's a notification that something bad has happened, like a ghost has appeared or somebody has died. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the music. So if you're talking about the music, which I assume you're talking about, we're talking about 2 different things. Okay, you guys hear it? All right. Well, spittily dump. I don't know what I'm saying. Hi, idiot. I'm blind. I hope you're doing well. Creed, how are you doing? I have a question. How's Soul Ash these days? Because you're the lovely resident Soul Ash enjoyer. You're blasting Pantera and can barely hear blind, let alone the video game you're playing. Okay, what video game are you playing? It's pretty normal to hear sounds. Well, you make a valid point here. Also, I have inside scoop, by the way, that apparently for the last 8 years, poisons haven't been working properly in Dwarf and nobody noticed, and Putnam noticed last night. Or last night being 2 days ago. So just a heads up and a warning, because I have word from the Nightmare Worlds that we're all gonna die of poisons. So if Deadly Blood seems weak, yeah, about that. I got bad news. Nobody noticed? Well, yeah. Putnam noticed while porting poisons to adventure mode. Just trying to clear this martial training need. And bear people you can play as? How's like the gameplay loop variety at this point, I guess, Creed? Yeah, we're also cleaning the doors. They're all getting mandatory showers. Although we have plenty of like, what's the word? We have plenty of soap. And goblins? Oh, goblins are playable in that game now? All right, well, I will have to check that game out. It's on the big to-do list this week. The to-do list for this week is, or this week and next week, is Soul Ash 2, Caves of Cud, and Songs of Six. And Friday we're going to do a full day of Songs of Six. Also, unrelated, subscribe to my newsletter. While I wait for this ad to go down. Because as of last time I checked, my newsletter was sitting at 310 enjoyers or subscribers. We're now at 312. My low-key goal is 500, because that's where they charge me more money for hosting, so maybe $4.99. Excited for what's to come? Should be neat. Yeah, should be neat. I mean, it's going to become a Patreon alternative, so it's going to have paid tiers at some point. It's going to have a $2 tier, a $5 tier, a $2 tier, a $7 tier, and probably a $15 and a $25 tier. It'll be pretty similar to the Patreon, but yeah, I'm also excited. Should be fun. But the baseline newsletter is just going to be free and stay free. Lonely upon dwelling upon being away from family for too long. Was ambivalent after putting on a finely crafted item. You jerk. You absolute jerk. Does everybody have weapons? Not everybody. Yeah, we're short 3. Can I update equipment, maybe? Okay, well, there's one more weapon. Go grab it. Some of them have shields, not many. A lot of crafting has been revamped, can tame animals and recruit NPCs as well. Same gameplay, a lot of new additions. Got it. That's what I was waiting on. The humans have arrived for training. I'm going to set everybody to no orders, cancel training so that they keep their weapons, and then I'm going to click this. I'm going to click this, and I'm going to click this. And we are going to sell probably a lot of stuff in the next little bit. So I'm just going to sell everything that we have, regardless of quality level, for clothing. Because we need to reset a lot of this, except for maybe the pigtail stuff. But the rest of this stuff is going to get sold. The pigtail stuff we'll save for the dwarves. But all of the random stuff is just going to be sold to the humans. Because turns out I got a lot of pigtail shoes. Tiger leather gloves. That's kind of neat, actually. Okay, so probably what's going to happen, yeah, people are going to start bringing stuff to depot. And where's Kiddo playing? I'm actually kind of curious. Frightened after being haunted by the dead. Oh. Well, we're out of undead now, so that's good. You're trading at depot. You know what? We'll actually let you bring the stuff to the trading depot for now, because it's just a lot of stuff being brought over. What system am I going to use for subscriptions? It's going to be Stripe. Because that's the only option. Well, the only option they have pre-built in. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know enough about building websites and stuff to use something else. So I'm just going to use their default. Which is fine, because that's what Shopify uses, and it's what, by extension, my merch store uses. So I already have an account on it, and it's easy for me to set up. And honestly, at this point, I think I trust Stripe more than PayPal. Stripe is pretty decent for what they are. And I'm going to move these guys to off-duty now. But that wasn't quite enough to get them martial training, unfortunately. We'll have to do some more training once all of this stuff is delivered, because it's going to take a minute. It turns out there's a lot of shit that need doing. A lot of stuff that need hauling. Unfortunately, gameplay for the Dwarf Fort stuff ain't going to be that exciting for a little bit. It's just recovering moods, you know, because, like, this entire fort was covered in bodies for a while, and we spent, like, 2 months just burying dead dwarves. So, you know, it kind of is what it is. Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't dislike PayPal. I will probably use PayPal for forever. But at this point, it's a Why would an elf buy stone coffins? Why wouldn't an elves just don't buy things that are made using animal products or for the purpose of violence? Rolf, what up? It's good to see you. Or things that have wood or were made with wood. So if something had to die for the making of it, i.e. wood, or if it's for violence, they don't like it. But stone coffins are just made of stone. Stone stuff is fine. And also, these are humans, so... And I'm not selling them coffins. So I guess I don't understand the entirety of the question. Hey, humans are hypocrites. Why can't elves be? So are dwarves. Relaxing evening. How's dwarfing? Getting started. Rolling in, you know. Who's the most upset dwarf? Cave Johnson. Well, checks out. That does kind of check out, honestly. Not going to judge Cave on being too upset. He's been haunted by the dead, which is fair. He's reliving, experiencing trauma repeatedly. We need to improve this man's That's funny. After seeing a Cyclops die, he became less angry. That's kind of amusing. But this trauma is repeatedly slamming into him. I do think it's funny after seeing somebody die, he became less angry, though. That is funny. How you doing, Indiridius? How's things, sir? Friend? Buddy guy? Good to hear. Too hot? Yeah, I hear that. I mean, I changed into shorts this morning. So I am going to change the kids' needs a little bit. The kids' needs are going to suddenly include a task. Or the kids' tasks are going to suddenly include a task. So work, labor, chores. You do chores, however. Oopsies. Children do chores. That's the button I wanted. Just going to get you to do cleaning and lever operation and maybe water hauling. Because frankly, I need you to heal or clean stuff. That would be real nice. 40 with the humidity? Ooh, what's the humidity level? Yeah, here it's supposed to be 27 degrees and like 50% humidity, so I'm kind of okay with that for today. Afternoon, Arrow. How are you? Well, actually, it's morning still here. It's 11 a.m. It is 11 a.m. This fort isn't even endgame, Skywell, DJM. This is like a pretty simply mid-game fort. I think I should make a clothing stockpile close to this location. I think is something I should make. Maybe like up here in the rafters. Like up here, maybe? Like consistent trade goods or something. All right, so from Mark All, we get a decent amount of value. We get some iron and platinum. I'm going to buy the toy boats for the kid. Tempted to buy these bags, but I don't really need them. I'll buy the iron bolts. I'm going to buy the anvil and the meats. I'm not going to buy the fish because we've got plenty of those. We've got plenty of berries. I will buy the cheese. We're going to buy books, and scrolls, and codexes. Press go. And honestly, I'm going to pause game, do this, click that. Removes all of the trading. Remove broker from depot. And I'm actually just going to get these dwarves training again for a minute. Let the dwarves train once again. First, they're all going to go pick up equipment first. Why would I need an armor stockpile when I have armor stands? But yes, you answered your own question there. If you have armor stands, you don't need an armor stockpile. You only need an armor stockpile for the excess. There's two things I do. My dwarves generally end up using the highest value armor. So if I'm going to make armor stockpiles, I don't allow materials that my dwarves would be using as weapons. So if they're using like steel and iron, don't allow steel and iron in the stockpile. Problem solved. Don't allow the highest quality in the stockpile. Problem solved. Also, Edict Sensi. Hello. I think that's how you say your name, right? It's Edict Sensi. Could be wrong. But, hello. Your dwarf's still alive, even after the massive death wall. DS hello as well. And Plutorino, it's good to see you. Some more migrants have arrived. And I have a dwarf who's going to go pick up equipment. So that's one. They brought a yak and a cow. There's a surgeon. I'm actually going to go pause. I need to go check my blood sugar. I feel low. Hold up.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Bring out your dead!
This is my favorite
All right.
roguelike on the Citadel.
I was, in fact, low. All right, so I got 2 animals to kill. I got some animals to kill. This and this. So we've got a surgeon. I'm actually just going to throw the newbies directly into the military, because that's what we're doing right now. The third newbie directly into the military. If you assign a dorm to a tavern, can your own dwarves sleep there, or is it just customers? Anybody who is allowed in the tavern can sleep there. All right, so we are now up to 20 dwarves, which is good. So I've got some new unnamed recruits. So let's just jump into the fort real quick. Keep the game paused. And I'm going to assign some new dwarves. Is there anyone who would make a good scholar? Let's go with Stinthad. You can be our scholar. Stinthad. And Stinthad, your job can be occasionally making paper. Rory, what up?
Happy Wednesday, fine sir.
Thanks for the 63rd month. Spontaneous explosive bleeding. It's time to move in. The property prices are low. Hey, you know, low property prices? It's a good reason to move somewhere, let me tell you. All right, so now we've got some more tombs queued up. And I need these two to have custom workshops, because I got 2 that don't. So stint that I just placed in here. Dumont doesn't have anything. How about we give you this, Dumont? This is just cut gems on what frequency? Let's just say yearly. Got 1 more that needs one. And I just tempted to, Okay, well, you have a grave right now, which is beneath here. Let's give you this. Dumont, you get this. You go to you. Okay, so everybody is all assigned up. Should be happy. Could do with all of this tangled greenery, and they're gonna go pick up equipment and go train for a bit. Start them off on positive thoughts. Just waiting for all of the OGs who've been in this squad for a minute to, like, no longer need the martial training need. Once that's been met, and they've moved out of recruits and become wrestlers, we'll let them go do something else. Although we are running low on drinks, so I might need to just let that go a little earlier. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised what people are what people are willing to tolerate for cheap housing. Like, just look at housing in, like, expensive cities in Japan. We spoke with a friend then, said the DF seems complicated, and he wanted to know if the community is good to help out. And it's so great that you can honestly say that DF has and always will have the best community. Yeah, I would say that, like, I don't understand why people look at Dwarf Fortress and go, oh no, it looks complicated. Is the community good to help out? But then look at, like, Civ and go, oh yay, new Civ, which is, like, the learning curve of Civ currently is not much different than the learning curve of Dwarf Fortress. Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have this absurdly, impossibly difficult learning curve that it used to. Like, most of the learning curve existed because of the, like, fact that it was an ASCII game, and most people are not used to playing ASCII games. But I would state that that difficulty curve is largely gone at this point. Sure, if you have money. Also, financing a home is cheap. The actual house itself isn't. Like, they'll give you a very cheap mortgage. But, also, chat room, I'm offended. Very offended. We got 2 people posting beers after Rari's 63rd month. Can we please get a big round of beers? But that's if you're willing to take on a fuckload of debt, right? Like, I could go get a mortgage and buy a house tomorrow. Would it be a good idea? I don't know. I don't know if I can honestly say that. Love after a new romance. Oh, really? I wonder how recent that romance was. I'm actually really curious about how Napalm is doing here. Dabbling wrestler. It's constantly being covered in sweat and water and nothing. Sweat, water, nothing. Sweat, water, nothing. That's a very funny pattern. I guess it means you're working out in a shower. Also, I realize this isn't the most exciting activity, but, you know. I have a question, Dulkin. Can you read? Sweating from lifting all of those shower beers? Damn right, sir. I think we will let this all run until we have 10 beer left, and then we'll pause all of this. Who is the most pissed off dwarf? It's Cave Johnson. You want to practice some... Mate. Dude. Buddy guy. What are you doing? You should have remembered, but struggled. See, here's the thing. Do not insult your own intelligence. And this is one of the things that always will forever make me roll my eyes and be sad when I read people's, like, this dwarf is sad, and we're working on it, okay? He wants to practice a martial art. He just needs to fulfill this need by leveling up martial arts skill. The thing that you need to remember is that when you state, I could not do that. Of course you can't, because you just said that you can't, right? Quit insulting your own intelligence, you doofus. Insulting your own intelligence is how you limit your personal capabilities and your ability to do things in life. This goes for everything. That goes from math to reading to learning a language to playing a fucking video game. Quit that habit. It bad and dumb. Don't do. Please. Thanks. Anyway, of course you could have learned it if you wanted to, but you didn't want to. There's a difference between not wanting to learn something and saying, I am an idiot and can't do a thing. Mate, I didn't graduate high school. I dropped out of that nonsense and went and got a job at McDonald's. People go on about how smart I am because I can play a fucking video game. Nah, I just sat down and did it. So quit it. If you didn't want to do something, that's totally fine. Lots of people didn't want to because you didn't have time, or because something didn't fully interest you enough, or because you were in a place where it's easier to play something else. It's okay to say you didn't want to do a thing without insulting yourself. Don't insult yourself. Just simply say that you didn't want to do a thing, and that is okay. But quit the self-flagellation of saying that you're too dumb to learn something. Because, no, you're not. To me, you know what has a harder to learn UI than Old Dwarf Fortress? Any of the Endless games. Endless Legend, Endless Space 2. Those games are, like, almost indecipherable to me, initially. Because they don't have words. They don't like words in that game. You know what they like? Fancy little circle symbol with a little doodly dick in it. And I don't know what that doodly dick mean. So every single time I have to go make a thing, it's like, well, you need blue square with flame, you need blue circle with ice cube, and you need green icon with line going through it, and green icon with circle. What the fuck does that mean? So it's like you're scrolling through trying to figure out what those materials mean, because they're not even listed in the UI because they like their minimalist UI design. Like, that is exactly the same as learning an ASCII game, is because you have to memorize what the fucking symbols mean because the game just refuses to tell you consistently. Does that make me dumb? Or does that just make me have to sit down and take the time to learn it? It's exactly the same thing with ASCII. ASCII, I think, is just more intimidating. So, at the end of the day, don't insult your own intelligence. If you didn't want to learn a game because you didn't want to learn a game, that's fine. It's totally fine. Because it was uninteresting in your break where Rainwork's great at solving problems in the real world. Yeah, same. Allegedly. People have told me that. I actually would think that I'm not great at solving problems in the real world. I just avoid problems that are in the real world. But, you know. Anyway, hi, Corey. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know. For years when I was streaming ASCII Dwarf Fort in the olden days, I would often get people tuning in and saying, I'm too dumb to play this game. And then I'm like, well, can you read? And then they go, yeah. And I'm like, are you on a keyboard right now? And they go, oh, yeah, well, I can't play games that are keyboard only. I'm like, well, how are you typing? It's like, if you can read and type, you can learn to play any video game on the PC. It's just a matter of doing it. That being said, there are some games that have, like, physical limitations. Like, I will never be good at Tarkov. I do not see well enough to be good at Tarkov. Like, I will watch streams of Tarkov and I've played Tarkov, and I will just see them turn around and then just zoom in scope and snipe a dude halfway across the map. And I'm just like, how the fuck did you see that? I didn't see that on the stream. I wouldn't see that in game. I don't have good enough eyes for that. Maybe if I was on like a 100-foot projector that I was sitting very close to, I could see them, but... What? When did I... Are you quoting me? Because I didn't say that. I didn't say social media is a Dwarf Fortress mod. What? Who said that? You get dumber the more you learn due to there's more stuff you don't know about. Yeah, I feel dumber. Yeah, no, I could see that. I could see that. The pit of despair is like learning and getting to the point of knowing how little you know. I just start like, if I want to feel really, 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 really uneducated, I just listen to some quantum physicists speak, and there's a couple of them in my chat. But that's also something that I feel like people don't like, is they don't like being... People don't like feeling that they don't know anything. So learning a completely new way of doing a thing is scary. It's the same reason people are hesitant to try a new OS. It's the same reason people are hesitant to try a game with a very, very different graphical style. Which is why the more games that people are exposed to that exist that are in a weird, different style, I think the healthier it is for the game industry and the education of humanity. Just as an example, 5-6 years, or not, maybe not 5-6 years, 15 years ago, if you told me that, hold on, I need to go look this up because I don't actually have the numbers on hand. If you told me that Crusader Kings 3 had 16,261 people playing and showed me what that game looked like, I would have laughed in your face. And now everybody's going to start talking about how expensive it is. No, the fact that there is that many people willing to play a game that looks like that shocks me. Fuck you and the business model, JJ. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people willing to learn a complicated game. That is a complicated game. Cost of it is irrelevant. That is a complicated game. If there is hundreds and thousands, if not millions of people willing to learn that, you want to know why that is? It isn't because Crusader Kings 3 exists. If Crusader Kings 3 came out by itself in a vacuum with none of the previous games that have existed in that franchise getting people used to that style of game, it would have appeared and no one would have noticed. And the few people that did play it would have been like, wow, this is complicated, and they would have bounced off of it. But Paradox has admittedly fucked up a lot, and I'm going to be talking about that a lot probably over the next couple months. But they are a publisher that has spent a very long time slowly creating an audience that is okay with games like that. And games that are very different from your more standard strategy 4X grand strategy style of games. Cave Johnson is feeling better and has dealt with the need for training. How are we doing on the rest of them? Okay, so it's just these bottom ones. I think we should just go until we run out of booze, and then we'll release them from the job. Yeah, like as I was saying a little bit earlier today, I think it's fascinating watching Paradox going from, and I'm going to write about this on my blog, which is like the most silly thing to say ever. But it's fascinating to me watching Paradox go from being the PC darling publisher to being, like, from the outside looking in, they seem almost as hated as EA Games right now. And like a lot of these big mainstream publishers, and that's fascinating to me. You could argue successfully before that as well. What, that they were going downhill before they were publicly traded? I mean, it depends on if you liked their business model or not. I personally feel, and I will say this to the end of my days, that the Paradox business model, in theory, of release a game and then release an expansion pack for $15 every 6 months is a significantly better long-term business model than, like, consumer-wise, than selling battle passes and skins and marketing your game based off of FOMO. That is something I will stand by. I genuinely believe that is a better business model than like selling FOMO. Just as somebody who enjoy video game. That being said, the way they end up using that business model, i.e., setting up features that require a lot of expansion packs, basing your potential enjoyment of the game on whether or not you have expansion packs. What I think that Paradox would need to do for me to like forgive their business model entirely is, let's use Stellaris as an example. Stellaris, it kind of actually what Frontier does, or has done with Elite Dangerous, actually. You sell Stellaris for a year, right? Then you spend a year making expansion packs for Stellaris. Then you sell a bundle of expansion packs. Pack them all into one for cheaper. Then you discount that. And you discount that until the majority of active players have it, and then you wrap it into the base game. And then you sell a new series of expansion packs. That's the way I would do it, but I'm not a successful business person, so at least running a company. Solo business person, sure, but... My neighbor's chihuahua's going ballistic. A cat must have walked past its window. I think that the actual... Logan, you're not wrong in the YouTube chat about how Paradox business model's issue is that people get too much content, and so they feel they have to buy it if they have too little content. I think that the problem with the business model is Paradox has this nasty habit of releasing games that probably should be listed as early access and then making you pay for the privilege of fixing it. I think that they're building very, very, very big, complicated games, and they're feeling that they need to make their games bigger and more complicated every time, but they want them to have a 2-year dev cycle instead of a 4, and they don't want to staff up their studios, is the problem that I see, because instead of releasing finished, interesting products that are good in a vacuum and then releasing DLC a year later once they're successful, they're releasing a game that is planned to have DLC. Basically, they're releasing a subscription service instead of a product. That is the problem that I see with it. Which is like, City Skylines 1, on release, wasn't great, but it was playable. And it ran well, had good mod support, and was fun. And then, like, within weeks, they made it significantly better. They added tunnels. Because remember, City Skylines 1 didn't launch with tunnels, which is nuts. But it released at a time when city builders were wanting, right? There wasn't a lot of them. There wasn't a lot of options. That game released, and they probably had planned expansions, but from everything that I heard out of Colossal Order, they didn't expect that game to take off the way it did, and they expected it to be a thing that they would release, support with 1 or 2 expansions, and then make a new game. Everything that I heard about that game from people who worked at Paradox and at that studio and work at that studio and Paradox has always been they didn't expect it to do as well as it did. But now it's like they plan for games to succeed. And it doesn't matter how big you are. It doesn't matter how successful you are. It doesn't matter how many high-selling, popular games you have with high player counts. Games will fail. Well, the difference, I think, with Sims 4 these days, Lord JJ, is twofold. One, the Sims expansions are very, very, very... And, like, this is why I defend 2 games, right? I defend The Sims and I defend Train Simulator for this. The expansions for both of those games are very, 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 very specific, right? The Sims, do you want pets? If yes, buy pet expansion. Train Simulator, do you want to drive a train from insert train station here to these 4 train stations here with this series of trains that you now have access to? Basically, do you want to buy 100 hours of content? Is Train Simulator. And for The Sims, it's do you want this specific activity in The Sims? With a base game that has enough. But you need to remember that when Sims 4 first released, it didn't have pools. Like, people hated The Sims 4 when it first released because of how little content it has. So I would actually say that The Sims 4 actually had the problem that Paradox games have, where they released a very bare bones thing and then charged you for the privilege of fixing it. However, they've updated that bare bones thing enough times with enough free shit that it doesn't matter anymore. Like, that game's been out for like 10 years. It is kind of ridiculous, actually, how long that game's been around. Okay, so this main squad, we're going to take off of orders, and we're going to take you out of here so that we can go manage work orders, get stuff going, slaughter animals, hopefully brew drinks. They canned The Sims like and shuttered the studio. They canned The Sims like and shuttered the studio. It's nuts. It's actually like kind of one of the craziest stories in games of this year, in my opinion. Like, genuinely it is. Every Paradox expansion feels like it should be a major update rather than a paid DLC. You know, I think what Paradox wants is they just want you to give them $15 a month for the privilege of playing their games, but they don't quite have the balls to actually do it. Which I don't think they should do. I think that they would have a major issue if they did that. But Paradox basically is running a subscription service without telling you it's a subscription service, and that sucks. What Paradox needs to do to become a indie darling again is they just need to get better at releasing good products at launch, right? And to me, that shouldn't be so difficult. That should be a reasonable thing. That should be a reasonable thing. Get an email from Tiny Build saying, all of our games combined have 3 million wish lists. And I'm sitting here going like, yeah, Manor Lords had more wish lists than all of your games combined. That doesn't seem good for you. And brew some drinks. Your friend's mom had The Sims 4 disc pack. That's how long ago it was. Sims 4 disc pack. Yeah, no, Sims 4 on disc. Imagine that. Jesus. Imagine that. Wait, really? They have a subscription for Europa Universalis? Interesting. I didn't actually know that. Dwarf to the first person to type Paradox. So Elfie Bean? Stormwolf? I mean, Elfie Bean did say do better Paradox, but still includes the word Paradox. All right, Elfie, congratulations. You're now a dwarf to be namedeth. Of which I don't have many, but which one would you want? We have Lebash, Domat, Mistum, Stinthad, and Tubal. I think Elfie was happiest unbeaten. There's only one, so you can have this one. Maybe not in this particular fort, but likes to brawl, tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, has little interest in joking around, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She often acts with compassion, is sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, has a greedy streak and occasionally overindulges, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. Likes brimstone, trifle pewter, yellow diamond, nautilus shell, cages, ballista parts, alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama, and lizard monsters for their bloated appearance, and when possible prefers to consume foxtail millet and soft wheat flour and cave seed. cave wheat seeds. You're married to Napalm. Your kid is Labash, and you're a member of the Communion of Contests, and you're horrified after being haunted by the dead. Lovely. And currently you are training, and you would like to craft an object, but, you know, service guarantees citizenship, as they say. A little bit more about Elfie Bean. You have passing acquaintances, and that's everything, I think. You are a novice fighter at this point, which actually means I could probably remove most of these dwarfs now. Yes, let's do that. Actually, I'm just going to delete this for now, because I don't really need it. Set them all to off-duty. And Cave Johnson is making an artifact. You know what would be amazing? I don't actually have any glass makers, and this dwarf isn't a glass maker, so it's not going to happen, but it would be amazing if this dwarf made a glass door, because a glass door is called a portal. Just saying. Kind of lucky we didn't get a fell mood. We got the bodies cleaned up really quickly, so the long-term effects will be minimal. And also, he isn't the most upset, and he isn't haggard even. I don't have a single haggard dwarf in the fort. Like, yeah, he is the most upset dwarf in the fort, but he isn't haggard. So here's hoping this can, like, help fix up this dwarf a little bit. And he just needs to acquire some things. And he's going to craft an object, which is going to fix one of his needs. And if he claims it as a treasure, it'll also fix the acquire object need, I think. I'll see you later, JJ. Take care. Cheers, dude. Welcome to the Twitch side of things, at least temporarily. Wants cut gems, methinks. Nope, you already have that. Is it bones? What is it? Stacked leather. Okay, you got that. What else do you need? Stacked cloth. Okay, you got two. Two types of cloth even. Gem. Rough gems. Okay, it's rough gems then. You need rough gems! Which is a bit of a pain because... It's a bit of a pain. Let's just go mine these out. I think my neighbor's kid found a snail. My neighbor's kid is very obsessed with snails, and I just hear, Mom, 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 I found one. I found one. Just like right outside of my apartment. Little kid's obsessed with snails. To be fair, snail's kind of cool. I'm just happy that he's transporting them away from my garden. Just kind of connecting all of this stuff one piece at a time. But now I need to find this. Let's bump this up to priority 1. Well, I got several miners, but they're all kind of busy. You're pen pasturing, you're storing an item in a vehicle currently. I'm also going to actually go into here currently. Yeah, nobody does this, sweet. Snail gang rise, I suppose. You know, the only thing I think that would make me run around being excited about finding a thing would be if I found a real-life gnome. If I found a real-life gnome, I think I would do the same thing that kid does every time the kid finds a snail. 50 cents each if he removes them. He's 3, so maybe when he hits like 4 or 5, I'd consider doing something like that, but 3 is a bit late, a bit young to be giving a child money. But yeah, maybe a quarter. I'm cheap. So we got a stoneworker who's just migrated in. Fish cleaner. All right, so 2 unhoused dwarfs. And again, I didn't hear them, but the traders have arrived, and they meet with the outpost liaison. Diamond does. And they're like, hey, do you want elevation? I'm like, no, I don't, actually. I really do not want to be, you know, given nobles. I think I'm good, actually. We're going to sell as much of this stuff as I can, and then probably just make a bunch of new clothing. And then I'm going to start unforbidding all of the jobs. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to do this, and then probably some more training, actually. Because anything and everything to keep these dwarves happy, goddammit. I still think that the novelty cups at the Formula One race in Montreal is one of the funniest rackets I've ever seen. Basically, if you buy basically a mixed drink at the Formula One race in Montreal, you get it in a novelty cup with the logo. And if you return it, you get a refund. It's not a huge amount of money, but it's a couple bucks. And I heard about this after the first time I went, but Cave Johnson's begun this mysterious construction, so that's good. But apparently it's a pretty common racket that people will bring their kids and tell them to go on an Easter egg hunt. And then the parents go, all right, well, so now you've got this this thing you got to go to this bar and return and then bring me the money. I kind of respect the hell out of it. Okay, so Rimtar the stoneworker, you go here and here. And you know what? I'm actually going to make you into a chef. And this is another bedroom. This used to be the manager's bedroom, I think. Let's go here, at here. Gonna unforbid the booze. I'll say, Pierre, I don't think I've seen you since the race. I hope you had a good time at the race. Or since before I left, actually, rather. Kind of like returning your cart in Europe. It has a euro transaction. Here it's a quarter, but yeah. But yeah, I might actually go with the snail bounty thing. Like if you can prove X number of snails moved safely away from my gardens, I'll give you 50 cents. I think what he, as I was chatting with his mom a couple days ago, I think that he should have a little terrarium with little plants in it that snails don't eat, and rocks and things, and put the snails in it, and make a little terrarium with snails in it. What happened to the population? Do you want the long answer or the simple answer? Oh, I can't even give you the simple answer because he's not on screen anymore. Which is kind of concerning, actually. Forgotten Beast. So poisons are fixed. Poisons have been working at 0.6% of their intended effectiveness on Forgotten Beasts, apparently for the last 8 years. And Putnam fixed that bug 2 days ago and isn't sure if it's in the beta. I'm pretty sure it's in the beta. Because poison gas used to be like a non-issue. Let's just say it's an issue. Yeah. It's supposed to be on a sliding scale, basically. And there are some checks during World Gen for the severity of Forgotten Beast poisons, Salva. And apparently the game was screwing up those checks and doing rerolls when it wasn't intended to do rerolls. Basically lowering the odds of getting a very severely powerful Forgotten Beast, because they're supposed to be varying levels of strength, right? They're not all supposed to be just like unkillable doom monsters, but some of them are, right? Apparently they've been broken for 8 years. Cave Johnson has created Tolizanos, another coal floodgate. It's the second floodgate. The second coal floodgate. Well, I'm not going to use this, so I'll put it in your quarters. Meanwhile, all these dwarves are still bringing stuff to Trade Depot. 500 fucking items, good lord. Let's just start trading. Although a lot of this stuff is going to become less of an issue. Once we get more dwarves, because a lot of these items will just get claimed. Anyway, I'm going to try and make a video with Putnam at some point soon to talk about it. If that's something you guys are interested in, I can tell her and we can record something this weekend. Oi. Because one of my biggest complaints about Dwarf Fortress right now is that the patch notes are bad. Like, I am of the opinion that people on Steam and wider game player peoples think game bad if, or developer lazy and bad if patch notes are small. If patch notes are big and have a lot of verbose writing in them, people think developer good. Yeah, the only reason, I'll be honest with you, that I haven't done a talk with the developer is, one, apparently Tarn's moving to a different country. The only reason I haven't done a big interview with Zach and Tarn in a while is the next one I do is when Adventure Mode is out of beta. Because I've done 12 now, and every single one of them has been during the development of the premium version of Dwarf Fortress, which still isn't feature complete, and won't be feature complete until Adventure Mode is in proper. So I'm waiting for that. That is the holdup. That is why I haven't done one. And that's why this is probably going to be a pretty big gap before the next one. Which is, you know, silly for me because those are some of my more profitable days of the year. When is the expected release for Adventure Mode? When it is done. I do not have an answer for you. There is no expected or announced release date. It is when it's done. The initial estimate, I think, was July, but I mean, we're almost at July now. You love the dev doc so much, yeah. I wish I was into like more popular games so that when I did them, they had a bigger audience. Because a lot of them, I put in a lot of work for these things, and they're a very niche kind of content, which is fine. I'm okay with doing that. It's just it's a lot of work for not a lot of payoff generally, with the exception of like the Dwarf Fortress ones, of course. After reliving being haunted by the dead. That is bad. Oh, this is the Forgotten Beast that killed us. This guy. So this, I don't know how he got out of that area, but this thing. This is what happened to the population. Where is Tarn moving? I don't know. I don't know what country. If you look at the Steam page, it states that he's moving to a different country. As to what country? I don't know. I think that there's very much some, privacy, personal privacy there. I wouldn't, if I had to guess, I would say either Canada, Germany, Austria, or the Czech Republic. Because he has family in all of those places. Or not family, friends in all of those places. If I had to bet. But I could be completely wrong. He could be moving to Australia. Privacy on the internet? Jeez, God forbid. Wait, God is dead. 120 other kills? Yep. Most of them are Crundles, though. Like, it's actively killing Crundles right now. Beep, 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 beep. But currently you can play Adventure Mode right now in the beta branch, but as for, like, when will it be finished, I cannot tell you because I do not know. This isn't connected to anything. So I'm just gonna deconstruct that lever. No reason to have a dummy lever somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious too, Bird Bones. I'm curious too, but if he doesn't want to say, he doesn't want to say, right? All I know is that I know that Tarn will be at PAX West in Seattle. And that Kit Fox is doing another Fey Mood Society, which is the outside of convention meetup for Dwarf Fortress people, and I will be there. And apparently they will have their new, Kit Fox's new game is going to be at that. So that's kind of interesting. Knowing that that very unfinished fake game looking trailer has a playable thing underneath it somewhere. That's interesting to me. But you don't know where it would be? Seattle during PAX. Which is, what, August 30th to something? I'll be there. I mean, I have a press badge. I don't know if I'll go for all 4 days of PAX, but because I need to figure out what day they're actually going to do that meetup on. Once I know what day that meetup is on, that's going to dictate how long I will be at PAX for. Probably won't go there the whole time, but because PAX is not that big these days, that or I just won't book a trip home and just kind of be flexible. Just kind of leave when I need to. I mean, you could probably just take Amtrak, actually. Depending on where you are, Salva, you could probably take the train up to Seattle. And Amtrak is really cheap right now. You missed out on getting PAX badges this year? Wait, what? Did they sell out? Hold on. What? They are not sold out. 4-day badge is $250, and then the individual days are $66. No, PAX hasn't sold out since like 2019. 2019 was the last time PAX sold out. Last year they still had tickets available for the Sunday and the Friday and the Monday during PAX. I think the 4 days sold out though. So no, PAX certainly does not have tickets, does not have selling out issues currently. You can absolutely get PAX tickets. You just rewatched the beginning live. Oh, there you go. Well, hey, you're caught up now. Mashallah villain. Maybe you'll go this year? I mean, just do what I kind of suggested that I'm probably going to do, Travenoid. Wait until the schedule's announced, and then buy tickets for those days. I would, based on last year, I would not recommend going to PAX for all 4 days. It's not big enough anymore. It's about half the size it used to be. And things are more spread out than they used to be. In the non-pandemic days, the PAX box was rampant. Well, let me tell you this. I don't know if this will quell your problems at all. At least last year, I'd say about 80% of people were still wearing masks. Second thing is, there's hand sanitizer fucking everywhere now. And pro tip, if you don't want to get the PAX box, as somebody who has never had the PAX box, bring your own hand sanitizer. Don't hug people. If you touch somebody or something that you don't know who's touched it, sanitize your hands. So basically, accept that you're going to have cracked, dry hands for the week. Bring hand moisturizer as well if you have a problem with that. And don't touch people. Like, the people that always get the PAX box are the people that do flying, leaping hugs at every single person that they vaguely know from the internet. Those are the people that get sick. Just don't be that person, and you're fine. Be a sane adult and not a Tumblr user, and you will be okay. Not saying that there aren't sane adults who use Tumblr, but I'm using a lot of stereotypes here. Okay. I will buy these 3 shields if I can. Wait, actually, no, I don't actually have the value. Can I buy one? I can. Can I buy two? Nope, just the one. The nice thing about Amtrak, Salva, is if you have like homework or shit to do, if you get the first class option, which I think is an extra $10, at least that's how much it is up here, you get a little table. You get a little table and a little screen. Trust me, if you're gonna take Amtrak, take first class if you can. It's worth the extra $10, mate. Especially if it's like more than a 4-hour route. Because you could just bring a book, you could bring a laptop, and just sit there and work. They also have Wi-Fi on the train. So like if you're only going down for like one night or something, like you go up, stay the night, do PAX all day, maybe stay a second night, and then head home the next day. Go for like pack to PAX for a day. You only lose 1 day of like study time and work. Also, yeah, the cafe car. Yeah, the cafe car is pretty good. My pro tip is just take a weed edible before you get on the thing, but maybe don't be me. I just take an edible in my notebook and just sit there and doodle. This would be going so much quicker. If this would have gone so much quicker and we would have gotten so much more sold if there was either a stockpile closer or if I had more dwarves. All right, so I guarantee you I have dwarves that need bedrooms now. So let's see. Actually, let's just go through the list of dwarves that do not currently have specialized jobs. Like you, missed them. Do you have a bedroom yet? Okay, you do. You just don't have a specialized job. That's fine. Elfie Bean. You've got all that stuff. I like how Elfie Bean is a pump operator. That's fun. Wisdom Bone Carver. Okay, I think everything should be good. Everybody's assigned. Everybody's got tasks. Is Cave Johnson pissy again? God damn it, man. You want to acquire things. I'm going to remove you from this and give you orderlies and engraving is what I'm going to give you. Specialize you a bunch. There are discarded pants belonging to him in his office. Awesome. I'm glad your manager is getting busy. It's just like the time that dwarf died on a table, and then all the YouTube comments were like, "Should look into foul play, man." Shit was pretty funny. But yeah, Mogwai has also got a point with the hangout in the cafe car. And don't bother buying beer on Amtrak. It's bad quality. Also, I love it when they do this. Look at this. There's weapons in the weapon rack. I love it. I love it. I love it. I don't think I'm ever going to make weapon stockpiles again. Just because I love them using this stuff so much. It's just awesome. Like, this is just going to become my weapon storage. Like, this is just going to be my armory. You didn't know they did that? They do, but the problem is they're moved to stockpiles. So if you have them on a rack and there's a stockpile available, they'll take them to the stockpile instead. So it can be a bit of an issue. When did they start working? When it released on Steam. Yeah, if you have stockpiles for weapons and armor of the types that the dwarves are using, then they will get moved from them to the weapon stockpiles. If you don't have stockpiles for weapons and armor, then it's a non-issue. Something else I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to finished goods and I'm going to type in where. And I'm going to just say only standard quality. So the lowest quality materials, clothing items are going to get tossed as long as they don't have metal on them. And then this, wait, no, not that. This is going to load where? Actually, no, let's just say all, and then say none, and then say where. If you place weapon racks near the forge. So the weapon racks won't get placed anywhere unless it is labeled as a barracks and it is set so that soldiers will store their individually assigned weapons and armor here. And then if you want them to also put their food and booze holding items into chests, then you click these buttons and then put chests in there. So what you could do is you could have, let's just say, a barracks that's this big. Right? And let's just say it has a weapon rack and an armor stand in there. And maybe it's got a dwarf assigned to it or a squad assigned to it with this option that has one dwarf in it, and that dwarf is your captain of the guard. When your captain of the guard is off duty, they will put their weapons there. Right? You can have like a squad assigned to 4 different barracks with different tasks, right? You could have one as the sleeping barracks, one as the training barracks, one as the storage barracks, and one as the food barracks, right? Like they don't all need to be interconnected. They work as separate entities individually. So another thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into here. And I'm going to unforbid all of this floor and these ramps. And all of the building constructions. Also found some gems up in here, which is good. We need like double the population, to be honest. But it's going all right, Bob. It's going all right. And just because it was posted in chat, I recommend you go follow my newsletter because it's a weekly update on all the content I made. And I'm finding more and more as like YouTube pushes more for things like shorts and becomes more and more algorithm driven, it's getting harder to, make people who follow stuff that I do capable of finding it easily and quickly and efficiently. So if you would like to, help me build a new platform where I can show you the stuff that I've done once a week and communicate way easier without having to use things like Twitter, because nobody looks at Twitter anymore. A platform that I actually own that I could self-host if I wanted to. If you want to help me build something like that, that's what that is. If one exists. I think it is, but do you know what it feels like to me? It feels like half of a feature that could very easily be tweaked, and if we pester Putnam or pester Tarn to do it, once adventure mode is out, it's the sort of thing that'll get done. Am I hosting it currently? No, I'm paying Ghost proper to host it because, 1, I don't know the server. 2, I don't want to buy the server and don't feel like opening myself up to DDoS attacks. It's just nice to have it as an option. As an example, like if Patreon goes away, I don't have the option to self-host. But if Patreon goes away, I don't have the option to self-host. But if the hosting service for this goes away, then I do. So that's valuable to me. Let's go for total quality. So basically everything but standard is going to go into here. And also, let's say no metal. So no, Bob, I'm not currently hosting it. Currently, it's just that. Also, because, believe it or not, hosting an email service is actually kind of complicated. I looked into it briefly. I was like, well then. Well then. Okay, so you're hauling a featherwood wheelbarrow. I also need to lower the number of wheelbarrows that are transporting boulders, because currently it's, 5? Let's go 2. Because there's just too many dwarves moving wheelbarrows around currently. And this up here is just going to have 2 wheelbarrows associated with it. Email sucks. All right, well then use an RSS feed. If my blog has an RSS, it's literally just it's that. Don't use email then. It's fine. Email servers was easy. Well, email sending servers. Hosting email servers is easy. I host an email server, but yeah, the actual plan for today is to build this and get this sucker finished. That's the actual plan for today. But in order to get this sucker finished, I need to, you know, slowly work on this nonsense without pissing the dwarves off in the process. You want to acquire things. I also want to craft objects. So this is what I mean. This is how you easily dispose of all clothing. Any degrading clothing just gets thrown out now. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just with the blog, I want it to be served quickly. My email, I don't really give a shit if it takes a little bit. Like, I don't care if it runs slowly. But when it comes to a blog, I want you guys to be able to load it very quick. I don't know if I agree with email being a bad idea when it was invented, but I do agree that it should be improved more. It should be improved more for the same reason that, like, texting should be improved more. And by that, I mean, like, SMS, right? I'm going to make Cave Johnson into a performer here. You changed me. Now sometimes I think before starting a discussion on the internet. Wait, really? How did I do that? I'm assuming it's because of something I said, but... You're now going to be a tavern keeper. Because you want to be with family and be with friends. And both of your friends died. Oh, you poor fuck. Man, dude. That sucks. Poor bloody bastard. How did I do that? Bullying. That's not it. Uh-oh. Well, I'm sorry. Don't know how we'll ever, like, come to terms with this. It's not bad. It's just very insecure and could be a lot better, you know? Hey, chat, you heard the...
Oh man, already this long?
You heard the Nimlark? Nimlark, thanks for the 13th month. It's a very lucky month. It means that you decided to stick around longer than a whole year. So thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. Has it already been this long? You know... Yeah. 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 What a ride. Hey, gloves, yeah. No, I agree. What a ride indeed. Although I do have a genuine question, because there does seem to be some people. Who here is going to PAX next year? Or not next year, this year. PAX West, by that. I mean, because that's the only convention I'm doing this year. Who here is actually going? And is there enough of us that we could, like, I don't know, actually have a meetup and go to a restaurant or something and hang out? That's what I want to know. So I've tried to do that before, and it's always been like, there's 1 or 2 people. But it would be really cool to actually have a meetup somewhere. Plump Helmet Man. Rip. Poor laddie. What a shame. Oh my god, that troll profile pic. PAX is content into way. No, that's fair. and spread the Pax Box. It's almost like just like sitting at a table doesn't automatically spread Pax Box. We're not going to make out or anything. Come on. Also, is troll not a cave troll? What do you mean is troll not a cave troll? This is just a troll. Cave troll, different thing. That's a gruffalo? More like a grumpalo. I like the teeth and the angy eyebrows. Remember, chat, don't feed the trolls. It'll make their pecs bigger. He looks super done with life. Yeah, no. I mean, his life's not going to live much longer because there is a horrific murder monster here. And she's just, you know, zipping around, doing her thing. Look at her little teeths, her teeths, both of them. Both individual teeths. Also, to bounce off something in YouTube chat, I'm not going to say that I love Amtrak, because Amtrak could be a lot better, but it's, for the best thing we got, it could be worse. Like, it's not the worst rail service. It's not great. It certainly could be better, but it's not that bad. Also, thank you very much to the 180 of you watching here on Twitch and the 32 watching on YouTube. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, do leave a like on the YouTube stream. And if you're watching here on Twitch, I don't know, tell your friends and maybe like grab your extra computer or your phone or something and like make it load my stream so that it helps the view. Yeah, well, like, you know, you do you. It's fine. I'm gonna fight wonder and you want excitement. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I do have a ghost. Ghost tried to topple a table. Actually, let's just do this. Let's just say make slab. And then you up here. Let's say make 10 slabs. Please do slab now. If you're on Twitch, go give the YouTube stream a like. And if you're on YouTube or Twitch, I don't know, tell your friends. If you have them. Probably just somebody with, like, bad world gen claiming that kobolds no longer exist. Kobold populations go up and down depending on the world you generate. I've had worlds where kobolds are completely extinct. I've not seen kobolds for multiple years and then seen like 1,000 in one world in an hour. Maybe not, but like a lot in one world in an hour. There is no hoax and no truth to that. It's just a couple people got bad world gens for kobolds and then are claiming that they're no longer in the game. Period. Surreal humor in YouTube chat. You need to realize that the world gen can vary a lot. Like, you could have no elves in World Gen because they go extinct really early on. Your friends can never know about your crippling stream watching addiction. But how else am I going to grow with word of mouth then? Well, how about you just make your friends read my blog then? Which looks perfectly normal, right? Def perf normal. Yeah, that's something that will always perplex me is when people are just like, why'd you remove this from the game? And I'm like, when was the last time you generated a world? And they were like, last year. I haven't made a new world in a while. It's like, well, generate a new world and see if you find kobolds. Like, there's like 4 kobold fortresses in this. In this particular world. And I generated this world like 2 months ago. And then generally the appropriate response to the last year comment is, which last year? Which one? Are we talking about last year from last year or last year from 5-6 years ago? Enjoy your lunchy, Elfie. Okay, well, we've got plant cloth going. Kira has been put to rest. I don't want you to get haggard. Felt wonder after incompetently performing the rites of the Communion of Ash in an undedicated temple. Well, okay, how about this? I'm going to move you to this, maybe. Cave Johnson. We'll let you be a performer in this temple. Because, like, you just need to make friends, and you seem to like praying, so... I'll just let you sit there and meditate for a while. Can someone tell me if the 20-ounce mugs are greater in height than the 14 ounces? They won't fit under your coffee machine. I don't know. I don't actually own one. I own several of the 15-ounce mugs, but I don't know about the 20-ounce ones. But 9.5 centimeters high. Go get a tape measure. Makes that part of your life super easy. You having a meeting? Yeah, you're having a meeting. Didn't feel anything while crying on somebody in charge. That's brutal. This coal floodgate is your artifact, which has a 5,000 value, so... It is a bedroom like a personal palace, after all. It's floor grate, right? Yes, floor grate. Do have quite a few dwarves constructing things. Checking in on this slowly. Okay, cool. Making progress. Let's do this. Like I said, slowly making progress. So you're disengaged as well, meaning I can do this. Apparently we have no access to logs, which is surprising to me, but... That's another thing that I'm going to do with the blog is announce when new merch happens. Because turns out not everybody watches streams every time I do a stream, so some people miss that stuff. And I'm also planning on having tiers where you just get free merch when you subscribe. Because I can do coupons pretty easily. All right, you're going to go eat a cabbage. Just a whole cabbage. And a single unit of cabbage. And we have another artifact. Jezza's making an artifact. If anybody would like to nominate a dwarf, just remember the tier 2 nominations are still active. And it looks like Redeem a Dwarf is up too. You are angry dwelling upon getting into an argument. Man, I wish it would tell me who they got into an argument with, because I always want to know what the other person thought. Indiridius would like a Dwarfus. And Napalm Sideburns is trying to dwarf Bobtron. So chat room, does Bobtron get a dwarf and Indiridius? Which dwarf do you want? These are all the unnamed ones. So Atir, Dumat, Labash, Mistum, Rimtar, Instant that. I completely disagree with that statement, Surreal Humor. As somebody who was really, really, really quick at playing the old versions, I can still play version 47 faster than I can play premium. It's just a matter of getting the muscle memory down. Learning it is certainly difficult, though. I will agree with that. But calling the UI itself torture, it's just a difficult thing to get used to and a skill set to build. No Gelder? You want the Gelder? All right. Well, they're not going to be a Gelder for very long. They're actually becoming a jeweler, but... Induridius. Induridius cracks easily under pressure, is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Bobtron, would you like a beer? Actually, Bobtron, do you have any preference with Dwarf? Anyway, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. I can't remember if I have any male or female dwarves, so I can't remember what combination we have. So anyway, with his own possessions, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He's given to flights of fancy, and he rolls his eyes when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. He considers craft storeship to be relatively worthless, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes gold, cinnamon, glossier, and river otter tooth, the alpaca wool, and large gems pigs for their snorts, and the and pike for their distinct markings. Interesting. And when possible, prefers to consume Perry and hates mosquitoes. You have no friends, and you worship the god of value and wealth, basically. And you retched on miasma once, and you hate it. And you haven't been here that long. You've been here since this past summer. Welcome to the fort. Some sort of technician. So I've got a scholar, I've got a stoneworker, a bone carver, or a fish cleaner. Probably the scholar, I would think, then. Let's go with that. He's dejected, doesn't like being caught in the rain. Wants to practice a craft. Felt gratitude after remembering being rescued. We are in an ad break, but I will read this. He always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. He is a pessimist. He is intellectually stubborn and rarely changing his mind during a big debate, regardless of its merits. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he rarely looks on others with lust. He has a very calm demeanor, and he has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. He is slow to trust others, often feels discouraged, isn't particularly curious about the world, has a greedy streak, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He can handle stress, and he has a tendency to go alone without considering the advice of others, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He clicks his tongue constantly when he's trying to remember something, and his hands are animated when he speaks. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally, he doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Welcome to the fortress. He likes iron, emerald, siltstone, and the color spring green, rabbits for their ability to burrow, and the words of the adorable monk, and the sound of the zephyr of glimmers when possible. Prefers to consume kangaroo and pearl millet, and absolutely hates oysters. No, I don't disagree with that surreal humor, but saying that it's torture is, I think, just kind of unnecessarily degrading something that was free, right? Like, the old UI for Dwarf Fortress existed because it was fast and easy to make, right? Quick to develop for. Okay, so I need 3 more pipes. Oh, I've already got them queued up. I just need more logs. Let's actually just cancel all this stuff. Let these jobs queue up. It's just that one that needs to be finished. All right. Curious as to what we're hauling. Oak logs, got it. I mean, nothing about Indiridius's Dwarf's description makes it read like they would enjoy being a long-term Gelder, so... I mean, chat can have whatever headcanon they want, but nothing about that Dwarf's description reads like that's a job they would want to do in the long term. 160, so each of these is going to produce 100 power. It's going to use a lot of power. Basically, I need one more pump, and then we are good. Just simply need them to make one more pipe section. You're making corkscrews. Let's actually just make that pipe section first. Or next, I guess. The only reason it's taking so long right now is we're trying to get everything put away still. But we should get another migrant wave when winter happens. So it's Wednesday. Chat room, how's your week been? You got any plans for the weekend? Anything coming up? I'm going to hopefully try and build that plant box this weekend. I think pausing the make choir job for right now because I got way too many. I think my plan for this weekend is to try and complete that plant box because I have a plant box that is made of steel that needs to get finished, but it's just been too rainy and the weather's been too rough to be able to spend like 7 hours outside buying a bunch of soil and then, you know, putting it somewhere and installing it all in a planter. Like, it's just the weather has not really lended itself to that kind of afternoon of work, but okay, let's jump up to here and go to work orders, and we're just going to remove everything related to corkscrews and pipes. You're heading up to Manchester for Salford Pride? You have fun. Goddess Dot, check. Can we get a round of beers for that? Can you geld people? No. There is no, like, manual punishments in law for Dwarf Fort, so no, you can't. Gelding blows can happen, but it's not something you can specifically target ever, even in adventure mode, which honestly makes me kind of happy that that's the way of it, because I think that, not that it would suck, but there are certain types of mechanics I think that just bring out the worst in people, and being able to, you know, let's say just catch every single insert faction member here and geld them, that's just dark in a way that kind of doesn't suit the game very well. Like, Dwarf Fortress, while it is a pretty dark game in a lot of ways, I think is also equally whimsical as it is dark. Company barbecue, prepping for a wedding. That sounds fun. But I've had soldiers get gelded during fights because they, you know, received a gelding blow from a mace or something, which just makes me hurt reading that sentence. But, you know, at the same time, it's not something that generally happens. It's a pretty uncommon occurrence. So I would like to connect to up here. Okay, so this right, oops, that isn't the button I intended to hit. Accidentally just tabbed out by mistake. What I'm going to do is I'm going to connect power to here and here so that these can just become my main like power supply, basically. So that I can connect you along here over to this so that when this starts powering up, we don't have to worry about it. I'm also going to try and finish up this. I don't need to, well, actually I should pave it because I don't want trees randomly sprouting up in here, which they might now. That it's been dry for so long. And it is 2 Z levels high after all. And then here, we're gonna do this. Throw a door in that. You don't like anything involving castrations? I mean, you know, at the end of the day, there's this thing called, like, edginess in games, right? And all press is good press. If you put a lot of edgy things in your game and you don't handle it well, and you don't moderate and handle your community well, it can ruin a community because it attracts people who like edgy things, which are generally unpleasant individuals. However, if you handle it well, you can make a really interesting game. And there's absolutely situations where, like, hats off to the developers of a video game who are handling it pretty well, and then there's equal number of situations where it's like, like, to a degree, I would actually say something like Crusader Kings handles that kind of stuff pretty well because they do it in a historical context, they're very blunt about it, and while you do get weird questions like, how do I stop cheating on my wife with my sister and stuff like that, or how do I cheat on my wife and, like, impregnate my sister or whatever, kind of questions all the goddamn time when you're talking about Crusader Kings, but it's in a very blunt mechanical sense, and generally I think they've done a pretty good job about that. Obviously, there is some obnoxious individuals in that community, but generally they're pretty fine, in my experience at least. Whereas, like, I think it's easier for me to point at people that make the experience of being around that game's community less pleasant because of stuff like that. Wait, actually, no. That's slightly annoying. Oh well, it's fine. Well, I'm running out of logs pretty quick, so we gotta go hack down some more. Toady is talking about a law rewrite, a way off into the future. Yeah, I mean, stuff that Toady has talked about doing, I try and hesitate to talk about now. It's like, yeah, there's lots of things that Toady wants to do, but right now, there's only one thing Toady can do, which is finish adventure mode, right? And I'm starting to see posts that make me very disappointed in the Dwarf Fortress community. And I know that people are going to be like, don't read YouTube comments, they don't matter. They don't matter to a point. When they're becoming like the majority opinion or the majority take, they begin to matter. And admittedly, there are quite a few people at this point who are not thrilled with the fact that there's been literally no development on mainline Dwarf Fortress features, and instead development on features that they are preconceived and have decided that they will never interact with, right? It's like, well, if you've decided you are never going to play adventure mode ever, which some people have, which I think is a bit strange, but if you've decided that you're never going to interact with that mechanic, I could see why you would be upset that that mechanic is getting focused on. So I'm pretty sure it's just bones is all that you need. Because we should have cut gems. Yep. Yeah, I have a good amount of cut gems, actually. Shadow Absorber is doing the slaughtering. Adventure mode was originally intended to be the original mode, yes. He's ambivalent about a new romance. But remembering a new romance and the mulling over the reoccurring, being ambivalent about a new romance allowed them to rethink their intellectual values. What, did you learn to value, like, romance or something? I don't know. I wonder what you did learn to value. Values tranquility and a peaceful day after a new romance. Well then. What's happened so far today? Mood recovery, reorganizing jobs, and we've had 2 migrant waves, but they were both quite small because we haven't had any migrant waves from after the trading. So we've traded twice now, so hopefully the migrant waves will start getting bigger. So this dwarf is a boulder, probably 1 block, 2 pieces of pigtail cloth, platinum bars, stray pig bone, pear-cut moss opals, giant cave spider silk cloth, and llama wool, and it's a stoneworker's shop. Any bets what they make, chat? Elfie, hello, welcome back. How was lunch? What do you have for lunch today? I think Bob wanted to know. But not a ton. It's been pretty chill so far, UDK. No thieves or anything. But that's probably also because the population is really low. I'm actually curious about my clothing orders. Okay, mittens, let's not do that seasonally. Let's do that annually. Just ending up with way too much clothing, so I'm just dropping down the amount of clothing that I'm making. Or the frequency at which we check these. Okay. For your interns at work? What kind of event? Is this like a thing we have to stand up and speak and stuff? Or that sounds interesting. I think I'm going to drop down the number of bins to 3. And oh damn. Jezza the Miner has created Imeshelek Uno Buvush, a shirt weapon rack, and offers it to the Big Fall. I will absolutely put that in the armory. And let's make wooden bin, actually. Let's not make too many. Just a few. But weapon rack, let's jump over here. Place this sucker in here. And also we are making some slow progress on the big damming project. Just a networking event kind of deal. Ah, sounds fun. Played a few games. Sounds like a solid way to spend an afternoon. Hey, go fuck around and have fun and get to know people. Sounds good. I wish I was cool enough to have an intern. I wonder how many streamers have interns. It's almost a genuine question. Although actually, I just realized a problem with this setup. Should actually go to here. This is not optimal. Yeah, it's fine. Just add in an extra thingy. Well, that stuff's gonna take a little bit to get done. Got rock slabs rolling. Animals getting slaughtered. It's just a matter of letting the game run right now, I think. Stream managers? No, a stream manager is usually a separate marketing company that you hire that their main job is to go out and seek out sponsorships and such, is usually what a manager is. It's usually somebody that you have a contract with that you don't pay, but they make a portion of your sponsorship revenue, is usually what a manager is, but I'm sure there are streamers out there with interns, but I know there's a lot of streamers out there with editors. I would kill to have a full-time editor, but like if I had a full-time editor that could like edit every single one of my interesting streams or a week worth of streams into like a 5-minute story, or not, like a 9-minute story video that like accurately conveyed the things that happened during that stream into like a kind of plot-driven feeling thing, that'd be incredible. But you know, I also can't afford to pay somebody else's salary because, well, to put it simply, that would be a lot of hours. That would be like, that would probably doubly eclipse what my YouTube channel makes in a month. Yeah, that's a full-time job. That's not even what I would call an intern. That's just a full-time job. But no, I mean, stream manager is like, I would call that like a community manager, not really a Steam manager. Like plenty of bigger channels, like what you're describing there, managing mods, writers, and I don't know about writers, but like editors and all that stuff. That would be like a community manager, somebody that's like running the social media and all that stuff. For somebody would be a community manager, and then a manager would just be like a marketing, basically an agent. Actually, is a pretty good equivalent. Lots of tasks need to be done. I think what I may do is just go to here. Forbid you. And forbid you. Forbid you. Forbid you. And forbid you. It's not that I don't want these tasks happening. It's that I don't need them to happen right now. As far as rock blocks go, how many rock blocks are we making currently? And is it a repeating job, or am I just making rock blocks? If I'm just making rock blocks, we should just stop. Do not have the capacity right now to do that. Okay, well, we're almost done. I will just set that to yearly. First time you've grown anything in quite a long time? Hell yeah, dude. I've got some tomatoes on my tomato plants, but not a lot. Just a few. All of them are still green, but, you know, we're getting there. We're actually going to get some nice weather up here soon, so here's hoping that my tomatoes that have been struggling a little bit get a healthy boost. Because honestly, that's where I really need them to be. I'm also going to pause both of these. I don't need as many brewers running. We can enable this stuff after the fact when we need it. This one I'll leave running. Well, yeah, we'll leave that one running. Oh, I mean, tomatoes love heat. Just water them a lot. They're very thirsty, right? Oh, no, here's the thing. I don't have issues with hand-pollinating the buds. Like, it's not an issue with them getting pollinated, Durmond. I'm also very aware of how to do that. Been doing that for years, but that's not the issue. No, the issue is just it's been like 6 degrees Celsius at night and colder with wind chill up until like a week ago. So they're barely surviving. That's the issue. Except for the ones that I have around my apartment, which I've been babysitting. So aside from the ones that I've been babysitting, it's like it's an issue with the weather that we've been having. Got a Uber Pex Cyclops Nade, the brightness of oak. Is he bright? And is he a professor? Because if so, then he's Professor Oak. You wish your weather was more like that, ADM? What, like cool? I mean, you should have been here like a week ago because it's getting hot right now. I mean, tomorrow's supposed, yeah, today is almost summer weather. Tomorrow is summer weather. I mean, although what is that in American moron units? That is, yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be 90 tomorrow in Fahrenheit, 30 in smart people units. $95F? Well, I mean, like I said, we're supposed to be getting that kind of weather soon. Yeah, I mean, that's like late August weather for us. Doesn't really happen very often. We'll see you later. Feels like 45. See, it sounds like I just missed the stupidly hot weather. I've been in Montreal during heat waves before. I was there 2 years ago. I want to say it was like the last week of June into the first week of July, and it was like 40 plus Celsius and 100% humidity, and it was tough. Add all the non-military to Dwarf? Can't you do that? I'm pretty sure you can do that. Is there not a filter for that? I swear that there was. Yeah, the only reservation I have with my blog thing that I've been yelling at and promoting a lot is just keep in mind, this is something I'm going to be using as a Patreon alternative. So it is going to have paid things locked behind paywalls at some point, but I want to keep it consistent.
TV, Neil TV, good Neil TV raid. Let's bring in some good.
Neil, thanks for the raid.
Neil TV raid, Neil TV, good Neil TV.
You guys want to see an old resub? That's an old resub. Neil, how you been, dude? I hope you've been well. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Neil? Neil's an OG around these parts. Does a lot of train simulator type content. If you like trains, Neil's your lad. Thanks, mate, for keeping that sub alive. You're very kind. And also, thanks for the raid. I hope your stream was good. Mods, could I get a shout out for Neil, if possible? Also, hi, King. How you been, man? Hope you've been well. You equally old sub. We're even getting beers in the YouTube chat. That's how you know things are going well. I think it was already shouted out, unless somebody else got it. The new tram sim called City Transport Simulator Trams. That very much sounds like a game that you would play. It's funny, every now and again I'll see a game pop up on Steam. I'll be like, oh, I bet you Neil's playing this. Click on it, already owns this game. Checks out. It's like whenever there's a train on, like anything to do with a train, it's like, I bet you Neil already owns this. Oh boy, there's so much rot. Let's actually just jump to meal. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna pause this. Just quit it. Stop it. We're cooking meals faster than I can deal with them. Although it is good that they're making like fish meals. I really need some just dedicated haulers, I think. Been too busy? You feel like you'll have to fill me in at some point? One of these days we'll hang out again. One of these days. It's in early access and you got to preview it? Hell yeah, dude. How's the YouTube stuff going these days? You still doing the, like, no commentary train route stuff? Neat, dude. Hope it's been going well. Okay, well, let's check you out here. None of this stuff's even gotten started because everybody's busy. Cave Johnson. We're gonna let you haul. You really need some new mittens. It's a lot of coal right there. Damn. Something I'd like to start doing is making coke, actually. Halthane, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. What you will do for the rest of the day, you will play Starbound and re-listen to audiobooks, reborn as a space mercenary. We'll have fun. You'd like bracelets. Yeah, that's Portal. Chat named him. Cave Johnson is the, like, founder of Aperture Science. Cocainium? It's almost like coke is a real thing that has nothing to do with cocaine, but, you know. But, you know. It is what it is. Good to know you're not going crazy. Nope, you are not. Holy crap, there's some VTubers playing Dwarf. That's fantastic. You will burn down your house with the lemons, or limes, or oranges. Bitter oranges, I guess. Actually, I'm trying to think what Dwarf Fortress has. Oh, well, it's spring, so a bunch of my ducks are now dead. Which is a damn shame. I'm actually going to bury that duck. Oh, I see the problem here. Oh, can I not manually assign the right pet? Oh, that's kind of annoying. Well, all right, fine. I won't do it then. Tasty duck dinner time? You can't butcher a named animal, even if they die of natural causes. Guilty after being confined. Did I fail something? Must have. Lots of retching on miasma. Yeah, pet ducks. Somebody's pet. Delighted after watching performance, satisfied at work. Want to acquire something and be around people. And craft an object. You know, Cave Johnson, where's your bedroom? Let's allow you to have that. Because this dwarf, while they're not haggard, I really need to recover them. You know, it's early spring. Let's do this. Actually, this is going to be real difficult. I was going to say it's early spring. Let's just remove all jobs, but I guess I could go through and just pause every single one. You know what? Let's just do that. Let's just go through and pause every single one of these jobs. Except for construction jobs. Let's get all this stuff constructed. And see if we can't get these dwarves into a bit of a happier space. Because we really have a bunch of stuff that I need to get constructed. Like, kind of now. Although I do need more rock mechanisms, apparently, so... That's always great. Actually, isn't there one over here that I can just deconstruct? Yes, there is. How's stream? Stream okay? Suited? And yourself? Still summer quietness. You know, it's still that kind of vibe, but no major complaints. Oopsies. Oh, yeah, I see. I actually need to make this go further. So aside from, like, you know, the normal me bitching about summertime, it's fine. Stream's been good. Is what I would say. Stream's been good. Watched Erased between last night and this morning. What's Erased? I was going to do yard work, but it's really hot out, like 34. When it gets that hot, you can still do yard work. You just have to wait until, like, post-heat o'clock, you know? You have to wait until it's cool outside. All pigtail cloth. We've just got so much stuff that needs to be put away. 12-episode anime. Okay, that makes more sense. 'Cause I was thinking movie initially, but if it's a 12-episode anime, yeah, that makes sense. What have you grabbed to eat? A char roast. It's superiorly prepared char roast. Ingredients are minced pig meat, minced pig sweetbread, and minced steelhead trout. It's pork and steelhead. Sounds odd, but I'm sure it's fine. Fanori, thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs, the heck? Cheers, dude. Helping us crawl back up to 1,000 subs again. Chatroom, can I get a big round of beers and bull checks? Or sorry, no, 900 subs, which we actually just passed. We're now at 901, actually. Thank you. Means a lot. The East Coast is really humid. Yeah, I've heard that, like, East Coast is getting record temperatures. But they're in, like, a heat dome right now, is the word I've heard, which we had a couple of years ago, and it wasn't fun, so I don't envy you. You need decent quarters? Excuse me? What's wrong with your quarters? Mate, come on. I will engrave all of your floors. You literally have the nicest bedroom in the fort. Because you just get waterfalled on the entire time while you're sleeping. Which to me sounds real annoying, but dwarves seem to like it, so who am I to take that away from them? This dwarf is just reliving being haunted by the dead. Gonna go detail a wall. That should fill the need to craft an object, right? Let's just double check that it does. Because if it does, then I should just like smooth a huge chunk of thing. No, it doesn't. Okay. Let's just do one of these. I'm also going to remove you from hauling. You need to get to bed. We'll see you later, Stone. Take care of yourself, dude. Take care of yourself. Thanks for the round of beers, YouTube. And Shy Phantasmita is starting an artifact, and they've claimed a stoneworker shop, which I'll check on in a second. There you go. At least you're satisfied at work now. You can go listen to some poetry and attend a meeting. Okay, so Shy is running off. Strange mood. I'm gonna, real quick, chat, go take a urination break and peek out my window because I'm curious about something. I will be right back. There isn't a what sound command? There isn't a window, oh, like a Windows 98 sound command? Like a dunk kind of thing? Is that what you mean? I mean, I don't know if, I guess that would work. The diagnoser has created Uther Bozat Adaz, a bed, and offers it to the Big Fall. Who gets this bed, chat? This is a chert bed. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval chert cabochons and encircled with bands of chestnut. On the item is an image of Kupek, Spearquill, the human, and Killer Page, the giant leopard in black bronze. Killer Page is striking down Kupek. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Kupek. Spearquill by the giant leopard Killer Page on the Dunes of Serenity in 264. A stone bed, yeah. Well, it's a stone bed frame with whatever mattress they want to put on it. I think that the mayor is going to get this bed. Is what I'm, or yeah, the mayor. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it to the mayor. And also make the mayor make cloth bracelets. Like, you want bracelets? Go make them. You want them so bad? Make them yourself. I really like the way cloaks look on the image. Because I was checking my window, right. Because I'd rather not have another dwarf go to prison if I don't need it. It's raining now, so I guess it's good you didn't start yard work. I mean, getting rained on while working outside can be nice. I mean, when I went on a bike ride with my dad and we rode for way too far, we did almost 40 kilometers, and I'm sore as hell today. On the bikes, we got rained on for a solid 10 minutes while we were going up a hill, and honestly, I appreciated that rain. It kept me from overheating like crazy. There you go. No longer upset. Sweet. How's the construct stuff jobs going? Let's go gear assembly here. Then right here, they probably can't reach this. Yeah. But gear assembly here. Gear assembly there. And then down here, gear assembly there. Once this is done, vertical axle. All right, so checking down here, we just need all this stuff to finish getting filled in. I need a door right here. Yeah, no, it was quite nice. Watching me play Dwarf Fortress made you boot Kenshi back up? That's an interesting combination of things. I'll do this after, once this thing's up and running. Doesn't matter so much right now, I mostly just need this stuff down here done. Is Kenshi any good? It sold a lot of copies and has great reviews. Should be enough of an indicator. People love it. Needs 473 power. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? Let's just do 5 and 6, and we'll do boom. We'll do those. Leave that there just for future purposes. And I do need to jump up to here and get more logs in here. And you know what? I'm going to go up top here, and I'm going to make a pen/pasture. And I'm going to make a rope. And this pen/pasture is going to have a bacon up in it. And this bacon is going to spot enemies for us. You like the new organization on the Discord? Yeah, it was a very mild change, but I was just looking, I was like, I should just like make this better. Because this could be quite a bit better if I just do this. For reference, I added a tech section. So the tech channels are no longer just distributed around in the like random text channels. So now we have computer builds, programming, Linux general, and Linux support. Linux tech support channels. Because the Linux tech support was just becoming very general. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. How come the last two weren't labeled as despite the danger, but nothing has died since? Why should I help? Why shouldn't you? Okay, so it seems like a pretty big family. It's a family of 4 incoming. Then someone who's unrelated. Someone else. Rumors of our fortress's acclaim spreads. This is exactly what the hell we need, chat. Exactly what we need. Hallelujah. Okay. Which dwarf you want? You did die, yes. You could pasture a bird on a roof for decoration. Yep, absolutely. The this first one, the peasant? Two-ball? You referred to designs always astounded you, like how the hell do they look so good yet are fully functional? I don't know. I don't think my forts look good, so I think it's very easy for people to be fascinated and enamored with things that they didn't themselves make. Salva has good spatial sense and high kinesthetic sense. You'd probably be good in the military, potentially. You are... Oh, fuck, look at this. Your husband is Kage Nara. Your niece is a devilish potato. Would you look at this? You have family from previous fort. You worship a bajillion gods. You don't have any thoughts or memories, so you weren't in a previous fort. But you're related to somebody from a previous fort. She dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is a perfectionist and she finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She's a former member of the Hatchetist speech and is a former member of 2 religions. Interesting. Fell out of faith at some point. And she is very quick to anger and tends to think before acting. She generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and is a bit stubborn. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, does not go out of her way to help others, and does not and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has an active imagination, often feels discouraged, is stubborn, and when she's thinking, she clicks her tongue repeatedly, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fort. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally does not particularly value the truth. She likes marcasite and brass and onyx opal and rope reed fabric in the color fern green, shields, amulets, and buckets, and links for their ear tufts. And when possible, prefers to consume kolonketh, plum helmets, beetroot wine, and can't stand jumping spiders. And you have no knowledge, very few skills, you're just an observer. You do dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Honestly, I think you'd like being in the military, so I'm gonna chuck you into I'm gonna chuck more people into the military. Just for like, I'm kind of making this into everybody's in the military fort. Just an FYI. And a lot of these are just gonna be wrestler squads. But chat room, we get a round of beers because we're getting migrants who know previous fort people, which is cool. Let's actually check a little bit. Is there anybody else who's obviously from previous fort? Oh, look at you. You're in a squad from a previous fort. Wait, never mind. Sorry, I misread that. Yeah, you don't have any relations. How about you? Do you? Nope. This kid is just this family. Actually, this family. Who are your parents? Okay, so Moldath we'll go with, because I've got a house for a family, which I don't think anybody has claimed just yet. And I say that because it's got multiple beds in it. And is designated for multiple multiple living spaces. This one. And then I just need to find their kid. Full tag, right? Yeah, so Aban and Nishat. Does anybody have control over this? Nope. Let's go with you, full tag. You can run this. Dominok runs that. And then just quietly start making some coke. We'll just kind of queue that up for a little bit. Let's give you some experience. Something collapsed on the surface, excuse me? Oh shit, we actually had a tree cave in. Dominok has been knocked unconscious. Doesn't appear to be any permanent injuries, but definitely a little dangerous. That one I heard. That's like the first one I've heard today. And another pair of your gay capitalism on the board game socks. You're very excited. It's funny. Is this something that you're specifically seeking out? I'm actually just going to do this because I would like to build a wall at the back of this. And in order to do that, I need to have supports for the wall at the back of it. Also, the tier 2 nominations are up if anybody wants one. Cloth bracelet has been completed. Okay, so now that that's done, I can just do this. Then once all this is done, I'm going to dig out the floors and replace it with grates. And from this upper level, I'm actually going to dig over to here. Might as well make the most of that. And we're going to start building roofing on top of this. You know, YouTube chat pointed this out a little bit ago, so I kind of missed it. But I think it's worth noting. They said that I was looking to see if there's a giant snail slide. You know, you're not actually wrong. I was kind of peeking. Because I think it's wise to protect your plants from possible invaders and things that could hurt them. Everyone has to protect their family from possible incoming threats. Well, there's two answers to that, YouTube chat. Workshop Telescope. Your question is, when will Adventure Mode go live? Well, it is. You can go play it in the beta branch right now. But when is it done? I have no idea. The Forgotten Beast, Kang Zagodalnis, has come. A huge hairy scorpion. It has a pair of squat antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Its auburn hair is long and shaggy. Beware its poison sting. And now we stare. It's already seriously injured. Oh my god. So you know that beast that killed like 40 dwarves? This thing killed it. Off screen. Wow. Damn. That bodes well. I think that poison thing that Putnam was telling me about last night made it into the game. Because poison seems way stronger than it was. Which is cool, if it's actually working as it's intended again. TLDR, poison has been 0.6% as strong as it's supposed to be for the last 8 years, approximately. Because of when Tarn added dice and the divination dice and their effects, there was an oversight in their effectiveness, which is slightly terrifying. Holy fuck, right? Okay, so all of this is going to be filled up with greats eventually, which means I can actually probably just start doing this. It's a pretty big construction job right here. The other day, are you playing? 2 questions. 1, are you playing on the beta branch? And 2, was this after the patch the other day? So if you're playing on the beta branch, and if this was in fact after the patch the other day, then yeah, it's pretty likely. While they work on this, and since we're in an ad break, I'm going to just go around and put dwarves in bedrooms. Just trying to get dwarves into bedrooms. Those ones are taken. Yep, that's what I thought. It's room tour. This one's empty. Got a legendary Gelder. And you look kind of suspect. I'm going to check in on you in a sec. I'll explain why in a moment. Oh, shit! This person was in love with Alien Slayer. 2 lovers and 2 children, legendary Gelder. Also, apparently Elfie Bean is a baroness still. Wasn't Alien Slayer the monarch? Like, that was my queen for a while. I'm pretty sure they were my monarch for a good while. Just waiting on this stuff to be completed. Once all this stuff is done, then I can just open the gates after the door is locked. Okay, well that dwarf was in love with the monarch for a while. If there's any more inconspicuous named dwarves or unnamed dwarves. And there's the Blinky Gelder. Let's check the peasant. Nope. Nothing interesting about the peasant. All right, so once this is done, I'm going to lock this door. Oh, actually. You know what? Yeah, why not? Where's the fun in this? Because I'm also going to seal this off, or make this seal offable. Then I'm going to go along here. I'm just going to go floor grate. It's going to take a little bit, but I'm sure we'll get there. So now we wait for somebody to come pull this lever, who I'm sure is on their way. Oh, here comes the kid. Kid pulls lever. And there we go. Big old wall of water. Power go whoosh. And this needs another 400 power, which is plenty, so that's up and running again. This is not even going to make a noticeable dent in the depth of this water. Although up here, it is noticeable. So I do very much need to make this into a... I mean, if you can avoid it, don't go that way. And then once this is done, pull the other lever. All right, chat. You guys ready to see the dam kick in? You may want to look up. Is your dwarf still living? No. And I can tell you that because literally every dwarf died pretty much. There was a forgotten beast that killed like 40 dwarves. Yep. Anyway, you may want to look up. I realize a lot of yous is lurking. Just like Giraffe went back into the lurking. But enjoy Combat Evolved. It's a fun Halo game. But I recommend you take a peek because stuff's about to go whoosh. And there it goes. Look at that. Ain't it beautiful? You know, it's funny. People always talk about frame rate destroyers. This is kind of a frame rate destroyer. It's like just a couple pumps. They're fine, usually. This is a bit of a frame rate destroyer. I mean, look at that. Well, damned, I think, is what you mean. What does it look like in ASCII? Hold on a second. Just let me cue something up first. Actually, I can't go right at the edge there. In ASCII, looks like this. And one layer down, looks like that. One layer up, look like this. And this will drain. I think once all this stuff drains a little bit, it'll probably get better frame rate wise, but it's going to take a little bit. Looks nice. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it looks cool. How come some water purple? Because this water is on the same level. This water is a layer below. So this water is further down than this water. It's like watching a sorting algorithm. So now it's purple because it's on the same level as us. Whereas now it's a layer above. Oh, hey, I finally found Kira's body. I was wondering where that dwarf was. Apparently Kira also drowned. Was unaware, but now we are. 20 to 30 is fair. What, for the amount of water physics going on? Yeah, no, I don't disagree. No, I mean, it literally is. It's mostly sevens. I've heard tell from a number of people that the Matrix code is actually just like different things on sushi menus, which I kind of hate, but also kind of simultaneously love. Speaking of sorting algorithms, the dwarves are just sorting used clothing into bins. Whatever it is, it's mesmerizing. Yeah. That I agree with. Because Trinity used a real SSH exploit that was like a month old in the opening. That must have been like a last minute thing. But no, I mean like the Matrix code, like the green stuff coming down. I mean, that stuff's just nonsense anyways, so to me, that's fine. One of my favorite dumb programming things is that the scene, it's a Unix system, I know this, is supposedly actually a real piece of software. Supposedly. Which I think's weird. First Matrix is genuinely one of the best movies ever made. The second Matrix is a fantastic action movie, but not a very well edited movie. And the third one is an anime. Like, they went full fucking DBZ with the third one. And then the fourth one is just fun. I enjoyed the fourth one. The Animatrix is fine. Inoffensive. Now let's find some animals I can butcher. Now the thing that I actually want to do with those pumps is I want to change it slightly so that I don't have the same level of frame rate destruction. I'm going to try and build a bridge up there so that I can dam it by just simply pulling a lever. Or destroy it by simply pulling a lever, basically. By destroy it, I mean damn it, actually. But first I have to wait for this water to be gone. And it is being gone, eventually. It's mostly just the middle here. The thing is, we need it to drain off on this side. We're also slowly doing this. You'd think the Matrix code would be something? Yeah. You know what I'm kind of tempted to do? I'm kind of tempted to put a bridge on this end and also a bridge on this end, and then just have like Mark's Dwarves towers in the bridge up here, or maybe just below the bridge, and just get them to shoot them to death. But then I'd probably have to like also cordon off this and this. But I think that could be kind of neat, honestly. I think your favorite part of the Matrix is the chosen prophecy that doesn't even tell about Neo, and it's about the agent. Yeah. There's a lot of things I like about the Matrix, and then there's a lot of things about the Matrix I'm like, man, that was a massive waste of potential. Like, my biggest bummer about the Matrix is that there is a throwaway line in the Matrix 2 where they basically suggest that vampires, zombies, magic could all theoretically exist in the Matrix, and they do nothing with it. Like, why didn't they just make werewolves canon? Like, come on. Like, I like Underworld, okay? What can I say? Like, there's just some things they could have done that they chose not to, and that kind of bums me out. Like, why didn't you just allow vampires to be Matrix canon? Like, you literally have a franchise about a simulation making shit that isn't real. So why don't you add the cool shit? I mean, I'm not gonna deny that the views are pretty good in Underworld. But yeah, I know I do actually like Underworld. I think that's a fun movie. I know it did, but they never did anything with it, right? Like, it's a throwaway line for like extra universe stuff. That's it. It's not something that they actually like created film footage of, you know? I think the easier way to do this actually would be to wall this off. Wall this off, and then, you good. I gotta tell you, the fan on my CPU has spun up. Just throwing it out there. This poor dwarf. So what do you guys think that the body count is going to be for this project here? I'm thinking it'll be okay, but... It's no Moses machine. At least one. There's a kangaroo skeleton over there that's been there since the beginning. Actually, I wonder, is anybody coming to deal with 2? Not currently. 23. I'm surprised nobody said 45. Can I give the TLDR on what this project is? I am pumping water up and over and draining it off the side with the intended purpose of damming the river, is what this project is. It doesn't help that I still also have a lot of up here work to do, probably. Stream idea, leave the game idle and do my taxes. What? You mean a co-working stream? I would never do my taxes on stream to begin with. Like, just period. That's just a bad idea. The river would, in fact, dry up, but not downstream. It might be dried up downstream in adventure mode, but it would eventually flood back up and fill up again. The game would probably put water there when I walked into the map thinking there should be water there and then be confused and drain it slowly. Like, it would have some weird effects, but the short version is it kind of would work. I kind of like this. This is funny. Just constantly drowning. This has to be good for swimming skills. Dabbling swimmer, look at that. Hell yeah. Something I kind of want to do, actually, is build my minecart, shoot across, like, swimming devices once I've got a bridge that can dam this whole thing in. Because I think that would be kind of amazing if I could train the dwarves by firing them across the river. Which, maybe do that. Doing taxes on stream is a bad idea. Also, I don't really do my taxes. I just kind of go through and collect all of my expenses and stuff from my notes and format them into a PDF file in a nice little grid format so that I can take it to my tax lady and she does my taxes so that if I ever get audited, I have insurance. But do your taxes, kids. It's not worth not doing them. Although I've met somebody recently who's doing their taxes right now for the first time in 8 years, which is like, that seems unwise, even if you don't like paying taxes. I don't always like paying taxes, even though I generally like taxes in theory. Okay, so I'm just going to tell the dwarves to try not to walk along this line, because this line is what's causing the cancellations. And let's try and walk this way if possible. Because they keep trying to stand here. And that's what's causing a lot of these constructions to fail. You just check them? Yeah, I mean, I could do that here too, but the only reason the government doesn't prepare my taxes is because I'm self-employed. So my taxes used to be super simple when I had a normal job before I was self-employed. But now that I'm self-employed, my taxes are really weird. So I would rather just have somebody else take the responsibility if I do get in trouble, versus me taking the responsibility if I get in trouble. Like, taxes are quite easy in Canada, assuming you're not self-employed. If you're self-employed, it can be kind of weird. Also, I wonder if I just try and build one here. I'm curious if they can do that and what this will do. I'm assuming it'll block the pump. Actually, no, I don't want to do that because that would make removing it much harder. Do I have a strange mood right now? No, I don't. That got paused. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of paused constructions. But we're getting there. It's a slow process. The one on the end got done. We're also constantly training the dwarves in swimming. Yeah, you're now a novice swimmer. Look at that. Which will also, like, speed up their ability to do this stuff. Getting better at swimming. Yeah, basically everybody in here is a novice swimmer now. Which I'm okay with. Dabbling reader. Okay, you don't have any skills just yet. Is that going to get done? Ah, dang it. Almost made it. It's kind of fun when you're playing a game like this and then suddenly all of your fans spin up. All right, there we go. It is draining. We throw them into the deep end now? No, why would I do that? And let's also increase the severity of the do not cross line. Because I really don't want you standing down here. This would be much easier for me and everybody else involved if you stood up here, but... I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf with legendary swimming, at least not in fort mode. This dwarf just, like, literally got thrown backwards. That's kind of funny. Must have been by the water. Human caravan has arrived. Got it. More skeletons will be ahead? How exactly? In order for there to be skeletons, dwarves would need to be drowning, which they are not. I mean, this is kind of not helping, but frankly, it's not a huge issue. Although I should actually dam this off as well. In order for there to be more skeletons, dwarves that actually need to be getting stuck here, which they are not. Because they can path out as soon as they stop trying to construct things. It's just this doofus over here who's insisting on trying to construct things at a weird angle, so I will just remove you from that. They always finds a way? Okay, well, I appreciate your pessimism, and I say that with the utmost of sarcasm. I prefer more like, you know, yeah, you can do it. Let's do this together. And then, like, you know, satisfying excitement and interest upon successfully completing a project cleanly. I generally don't appreciate the, you're gonna die. It's like, cool, thanks. You sound like my brain in real life. Managed adept. I've seen adept. I've definitely seen adept swimmer before. Beers of good luck. Thank you. I appreciate it. Are real troopers? I mean, this is very similar to the Moses machine in that it's actually quite safe for them to do a project like this. It's just a matter of them. It's just a matter of, am I willing to wait for them to complete it before I tell them to go do something else? Because, you know, it's going to take forever. That's all it really is. But, you know, I can also just wait for this dwarf to be passed here, right? And then do this. These are all inactive because all the dwarves are trading. So I'm just going to go into here and I'm going to forbid everything down here. Look at this on this end. We've got empty river beds. So now that that's done, I'm going to wait for this dwarf to get through here. Unless you're going the other way. Oh, you're picking up equipment. Well, we'll let you pick up whatever you're picking up. You mean a long damn time? Not a damn long time? Nutty, but sure. I'm not actually sure what they're going for. We went from 55 dwarves to 14. Whomst. Because of a forgotten beast. I wonder what your swimming skill is. Novice swimmer. Neat. There's kind of a lot of flow coming up from that side. Whoa, okay. Did you run out of power? Is that the problem? How come the power... Oh, I know what happened. This ran out of power. It's pulling extra power from that side. So because this got shallow enough, it's not pulling power anymore. So, let's see if Bobtron survives the tidal wave. I think Bobtron will, because Bobtron is a novice swimmer. And also the power will kick back on in a moment. This is going to be kind of epic, actually. You may want to run, Dwarf. Oh, the power kicked back on. See? Also, there's unicorns in here? How? Apparently I have unicorns in my fort. I think I should make a cage trap. Okay, where the heck is Bobtron? I'm actually curious to see what direction Bob takes to get out of here. Oopsies, wrong button. I'm assuming this way? Most will be tasty. I want to, like, breed them, train them a little bit. Well, at least he's not thirsty. He just had a drink of water without a well. I mean, how is your swimming skill? I mean, if their swimming skill is novice or higher, they can generally, like, just swim for quite some time, too. So even in 7 of 7, as long as there's air access, this dwarf would be fine. In the middle of it all, I mean, they wandered in, definitely. It's just a matter of how. But yeah, I'll be honest, I completely forgot about this access, so we need to wait until winter when it thaws or when it freezes so that I can dam it. Come on, Bob. Actually, I think I know how the unicorns probably got in. They probably walked across the river and then walked in the front door. It's probably how they did it. Almost there. Wait, what about magic? Oh, the random unicorns appearing? I mean, the thing is it could be random unicorns, but it could also be many other types of creatures. I also need to put more power into this. Just something else I need to do. So who's going to pull the lever to shut this sucker off? Oh, pfft. Are you going? No, okay. I thought this dwarf was going the dumb way. Dwarf is not going the dumb way. Dwarf's actually going the smart way. The dumb way would be through the water, but the water isn't currently accessible, so they're going the smart way. Also, I love how just forbidding that door speeds up the frame rate considerably. That's interesting. Anyway, just like that, it's done. And it's going to push a lot of this stuff this way as the river refills. Where the water is going, back upstream and also off map. Mostly back upstream, though. Basically, I'm forcing the river back up on top of itself. There is a way I could make this way more frame rate efficient, which is probably something I'm going to do now, which is make a 1 tile wide walkway along the front of this with a wall, and then push the water off the map probably down here or something. That would be a way to make this much more frame rate efficient. So instead of me just like redirecting the water back onto the water and then back in off the map, which is what we're going to do now. I just wanted to like see if I could do it without that, but I think I should probably do that. So we're going to dig through these and also... maybe not all the way this way. Let's go to about here. And then to about there, and then down to about, okay, nope. And then down to about here. We also have all of this stuff up here to finish too. Okay. So, it's going to the other place. Yeah, it's leaving the map. Going off map is such a weird sounding thing to say. It's like, where's it going? Off map? What does that mean? I don't know. Think about it. It's going away. Also, I'm sorry about your loss, Travenoid. Yeah, you are no longer with us. Although your spouse will remember you for all eternity. A dwarf to a random YouTube chatter. All right, let's say YouTube chatters. Say random YouTube chatter. And the first person to say random YouTube chatter, get dwarf. So I just need somebody watching on YouTube, if you would like a dwarf, to say random YouTube chatter. Okay, let's do that. I've got quite a bit of value here. Grab the rough gems and the cut gems. Bunch of random weapons. Skywell gets a dwarf. Do you have any preference of beard, Skywell? Would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? I'm gonna buy those chests, actually, from these guys. Also gonna buy the cloth. Buy the bolts. Buy the cheese. Books and the choirs, and press trade. Diamond Destruct has been re-elected as mayor. Male dwarf, okay. Everybody wants a male dwarf, but nobody thinks to ask for the email dwarf. How about this one? This is a Thulteg. Thulteg is a smith, or furnace operator. And they're gonna be Skywell. Skywell, round of beers for the new dwarf chat. Hates vows, obligations, and promises and other binding elements that could restrict his life. Then why are you married? Is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Probably because he's married. Feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, and is cheerful. Has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and does not often feel lustful. He's definitely married because of the kid, right? He has an active imagination, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is slow to anger, and has a greedy streak. He can handle stress, and occasionally overindulges, is grateful when others help him out, and grumbles only mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Respects perseverance and respects power, and values romance, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes Selvite, black zircon and red squirrel leather, giant moose antler, velium, and battle axes, figurines, and ibexes for their long horns, and the words of the wisps of sparkling and the sound of the ivory diamond, and the sight of the golden treasure when possible prefers to consume white spotted puffer, dwarven rum, naff seeds, and hates oysters. Welcome to the fort. He's got a long beard, which is braided. You have a wife, 2 kids, and you have quarters in a study. No loonies, though. Just quarters. Make a gold beehive. I wanted to do this for a little bit. Once they have time. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. That'll probably get us back up to the population cap. Probably. There's a sheep. Mostly just seeing if anybody has world relations, if they're dwarves that I've encountered before. Because I'll have world relations and family members if it's a dwarf I've encountered before. All right, we're basically back up to our population cap again. Which is going to take us a little bit to move on from. But it's good to be back in this situation. Especially because it allows me to unforbid a lot of tasks that are being worked on. And how's that going so far, Nutty? Has it made a noticeable difference in your game plan anyway? Trash Mac, thank you much for the raid. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the raid. Means a lot. It really does. Sup, Guns? Oh, hi, Goat Swarm. It's good to see you, man. But to anybody coming over from Trash Mac stream, I stream Dwarf Fortress. Too much of it, probably. That's about it. I play Dwarfs, a lot of it. Any questions? What's up, Space Potates? Never enough if you ask me. Yeah, no, well, sometimes. Sometimes I feel like it's enough, and it's usually after I was dealing with giant undead thrips for an hour. But yeah, it's on paper, I don't necessarily disagree with that feel. Shoutouts to this dwarf who keeps leaving all of their clothing on the ground. I may have to start making bedrooms again. Which is fine. So what I think I'm going to do here, actually, is I'm going to do some ramps right here. Actually, maybe not ramps. Let's actually just make this upper area into a bedroom. Just go right here and just go up one. Let's say use these. Once that's done, this area is going to get built out a little bit. We'll put another bedroom up here and a new office. Or after their own, or after your own heart. I mean, I usually have like 3 or 4 t-shirts sitting next to my bed by the end of the work week, and then it goes into the stuff after the work week. Opposable Thumbs, thanks for the 19th month. Welcome back. Enjoy the lurks. If you guys want to post beers, you can, but we just did a round. I wouldn't say no, though, if you wanted to. Post Beers in Spirit. I mean, Crypt Burr is probably the emote you're looking for. Because I think you follow the stream. If you follow the stream, you have Crypt Burr. Foul G, thanks for gifting a sub to Trash Mac. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, there you go. go. Getting all this stuff installed. It's nice that the fort is, like, semi-functional again. Let's also get this stuff in here. But I think I'm going to get rid of these 3 right here, and we're going to make 2 separate bedrooms. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do you, delete this, put a wall piece here. And then just put a door right here and a door right there. It'll be 2 separate bedrooms. You hum this song multiple times per day. Yeah, it is kind of a bit of a earworm like that, isn't it? I don't know if I'd say several times a day for me, but I do definitely hum it. Just waiting on the remainders of these. I'm gonna go over here and give him a window. Give me another window. This is going to have a table, a throne for an office, a bed, a nice chest, a cabinet. That's going to be a bedroom and an office. It's going to be assigned to a dwarf that needs it. Let's go with this Gelder, because you are somebody of relative renown, being a legendary dwarf. You're going to have this. Actually, yeah, you know what? We'll do it this way. I'm going to throw a cabinet right here, a chest right here, a throne, and a table. Give you a statue, because I had one available. Once again, bedroom. This can be given to Rimtar, the animal caretaker. And an office for Rimtar. Okay, so now that's going to be done. I'm going to also give them a window. Not that they need it. And then I could go over here and start building more, which is probably what I'm going to do. Let's just engrave that. Just double checking I've traded. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's see. Who's still the most upset, and is it still the same dwarf, and are they haggard? Cave Johnson's still haggard. Or isn't haggard, but is still upset. Feel sympathy remembering bringing somebody to bed. You really do like reading. I think I'm going to remove you from this because you don't seem to like this job all that much. I will, however, give it to this stonecutter. And we have Elfie Bean, who's been taken by a mood. Elfie, what artifact are you going to go make? Who's currently standing stationary. Oh, you're a clother, and my clothing shops are all forbidden, so that's probably the problem. Yep, that was in fact the problem. Nope, no, they haven't, and they don't. I think it should be a setting or just on by default. I mean, the adventure mode soundtrack is the soundtrack for a different mode, right? Which I think is a huge shame. If they don't make that an official feature, that'll be the first mod I download and use actively for this game. I like how Elfie wants to fight. That's kind of funny. Also, Elfie married to Napalm and her child, her only son. Watch me make the woolliest undies anybody's ever seen. You're just going to make a thong. Currently is carrying a boulder. Isn't quite undies, but... Although I will say, woolliest that anybody has ever seen seems like a pretty high bar. Because while I'm not what I would describe as much of an undie connoisseur, I feel like a lot of people are. And some people have probably seen some pretty crazy undies. Don't actually need that last one. Let's just say 50 rock salt grates. Rock salt, oops, no, rock grate. We'll make 50 of them. Make them out of rock salt, which I'm almost out of, so I have to go mine out a bunch, which is kind of fine. I don't actually know what I'm doing with this area right now. I'm just digging it out. Down here. Okay, so this ain't going to work because it's not stone, so I have to channel it down, which means let's actually set this to priority number 2. And more importantly, what the hell are all my miners doing? Not enough. Napalm bean? That's what they call chili these days, I guess. Let's see, is Elfie still at it, or is she sitting there? She's sitting there. What do you need, bones? Probably bones. It's always bones. Always bones. Creatures, pets, and livestock. The 2 reindeer bulls. And the sheep. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I need this at higher priority. Because first you're going to go mine out this. And then go back. Here you come, Dwarf. Ah, sweet. So this is a damp loam wall, which is not what I wanted. Dang it. I didn't do it in time. It's fine. Just need you to run all the way back around here so we can do this again. Let's just erase all of this. Not sure how you canceled that, but you did. do not have many miners, do I? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Go to miners. I'm gonna scroll down and go, you're a peasant, have a pick. You're a peasant, have a pick. You're a hunter, have a pick. Because I need to get this mined. Okay, so Elfie's begun a mysterious construction using ram bones, not to be confused with Rambo, platinum bars, rock salt, and 2 pieces of cloth. Go pick up your goddamn equipment, please. Now you have a pickaxe. Now you can go be satisfied at work. Ram Bones is the porn parody? I wouldn't know, I've never looked for it. You've seen Holy Undies, as in like they offered it to a church undies? How about a holy nuclear bomb? Elfie Bean, the clother, has created Daka Slogum, a pigtail, whatever that is, boot. Those are leg things, aren't they? And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Napalm. Aw, you dedicated it to your hubby. You made it would have been better if you made fancy undies and dedicated those to your hubby. That would have been better, but I will go with this. I will permit this. I would think that the Pope would invest in better underwear so that the Pope isn't stuck with underwear that, you know, is full of holes. That seems like badly designed underwear. I feel like if anybody's gonna have, like, better underwear than that, it's probably the Pope, right? Pope probably doesn't invest in his own underwear. I mean, sure. There's probably some truth to that. There's a little bit of a slippery slope down here. But I need to drain it out so that it doesn't fill up, which is why I'm widening it, but that's fine. I love how the game is considering... Wait, what? Oh, geez. I do need to dig to the edge. I thought I was all the way up to the edge, but I'm not, apparently. Neighbor's Chihuahua is still going ballistic. Typical Chihuahua activity. The world is ending, kill them with fire. Says Chihuahua, probably. Once this is fortifications, it'll be much easier to, you know, just dig it off and get rid of it. Where does one shop for ruby slippers? Something... Yellow Brick Road? Those kinds of ruby slippers? It's a good question. I think weren't they just ruby colored slippers? Or were they actually made of ruby? I don't know. I'm not that rich, so I wouldn't know in the first place. Yeah, you're best off asking somebody with piles of money to spend. It's sort of like asking, it's like, where do you shop for a very high quality watch? It's like, I don't know, ask somebody with more money than me. Asbestos snow clouded their judgment. Yeah, about that. It's terrifying. Oh yeah, no, we're just dumping pure asbestos. At least in Ghostbuster, that guy that just got creamed by the fucking Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, at the very least, that was just shaving cream. You know, it wasn't like some noxious chemical that's gonna kill the guy. It was literally just like, yeah, we're gonna dump a bunch of cream on you and not tell you about it until after the fact. Anyway, it's a good thing you have work insurance. Good luck! Clearly melted marshmallow. It was definitely shaving cream, but you can think that if you want. Okay, so this is your quarters for FICOD. FICOD's office goes up here. Slowly reassigning dwarves to these. Because you slipped them on and slipped them off. Is this an actual question, or are we trying to make a joke here, Dwarmer? That scene in the movie always makes me laugh. I mean, the reason it makes me laugh is because of the way the guy runs. Because he's like running and then actually looks terrified for a second because there's a shit ton of stuff coming towards his head, which is literally something he wasn't even aware of. Also, I now have 2 unicorns. Unicorn 1. And unicorn 2. Not a breeding pair, unfortunately, so they'll be delicious. It's a real question. It's because you slip them on and slip them off. That's why they're called slippers. But I am serious when I say that I can't tell if that's a real question or not. Ah! Getting some annoyed at being outside dwarfs. No, it's because again, I can't tell if you're joking or not, Nutty Wombat. It's because I literally watched the making of, and they stated that it was like shaving cream is what they actually dropped on the dude, is shaving cream. So you can be like, what the fuck, didn't you watch the movie? It's like, yes, I did. I also watched the special features where they state, it's shaving cream. Hi, joking, I'm blind. Have you ever had a dwarf mining, but the pick doesn't show in the sprite? Yeah, it's called a pick that's made of bismuth bronze. Bismuth bronze picks don't have sprites when they're a weapon that is equipped currently, which is kind of a bummer, but is what it is. Same for shields or swords or anything. Yours had copper? Was it named or an artifact? Because otherwise, I don't know. I mean, that's the main one that I'm aware of, is if it's bismuth bronze, they don't show. But outside of that, I'm not sure. So now that we're doing that, we're going to begin doing this. This is going to take a little bit. But once this whole sucker is done, we can then basically redirect the water off map. So instead of redirecting it onto itself and completely destroying my frame rate immediately, I can send it out this way and it'll be great. What is this crazy contraption? It's a dam. I'm pretending to play Timberborn, okay? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a visual bug, but that seems odd, regardless. In Dwarf Fort, they consume power. Well, I mean, you could make a dam that makes power. Damn, son, where'd you get a load of these? Or whatever the line is. Where'd you find this? That's the line. Also, I need to check something because I'm curious. I just wanted to say thank you, chat, because we made my minimum threshold of revenue for the day. We didn't hit it yesterday, but we've hit it today with $4 clear. My minimum threshold is basically the minimum amount of money I need to make in order to make minimum wage for the hours I stream. So thank you. Fortunately, all of these blocks are like right here, so they don't need to go all that far. They literally just go here and then down, here and then down. We're also still finishing up all this topside stuff. Oh. A force of vile darkness hath arrived. I'm going to quickly add some areas to this burrow, actually. Specifically, all of this. Yeah, that'll do. Now, I'm a little worried about, like, this. So we'll just put a door there. I may just see if I can lock the door. So I just got a super thanks in the YouTube chat, which is the first notification of money in the YouTube chat today, by the way, which comes from Joshua, and they say, I love this game, but I really struggle with it. Watching your tutorial series has helped you a lot. That's 20 New Zealand dollars, I think. Thank you much. Cheers. Much drama in the fort today? Not a ton yet. I mean, this is happening. It's been a lot of, like, ploddingly reassigning stuff today. Just curious. Oh, okay. It's just snatchers. Oh, no, never mind. There's actually, like, a scouting party. I mean, I could probably send this squad in. Let's just send them up here real quick. Because it's a question of, what are you constructing? Oh, I see what they're doing. Yeah. So, the baddies can just walk straight in. We have to fight them. We have a pop cap. Yep, 55. So we got bolts flying at this siege operator, or arrows flying rather. Trying to wake up some of my military. I'm seeing a pig that's getting battered and bloodied. Can you quit hauling this rock salt, please? Don't like this. Bobtron the wrestler is fighting. And also is bleeding. Bobtron may no longer be with us in a moment. Do you have a grave? You do. Bobtron, please. Screaming help, save me. I feel very uneasy. Let's try and send the squads out here. There's another dwarf coming to help. Bobtron is getting fought, beaten by multiple. They're just repeatedly smacking it with arrows at point blank range. Rest in peace, Bob. You were a good dwarf. May your memories sit with us for the longer term. But for now, I bid you goodbye. I appreciate it all the same, Chart. Nodokasa is stressed. Okay, so I do actually have the military up here. Jezza is overexerted and nauseous, and the military are beginning to fight with this goblin right here. Another goblin comes around the corner, and Elfie Bean charges forward as as a member of this squad, completely unarmed, ready to die, and jumps onto this goblin, and actually starts off by literally punching the goblin. The wrestler punches the goblin crosswoman in the left leg with her right hand, bruising the muscle through the leopard leggings, and funnily enough, she needed to fight, and really wanted to fight, so I guess she's happy about all this. It's an opportunity to fight, that's for sure. Is bleeding all of a sudden, but seems to be coming through all right. I do not... Oh, actually, the goblin siege appears to have been broken. But we did lose Bobtron. Rest in pieces, Bob. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for Bobtron? As for Elfie here, and Creed and Jezza, Cyancorp, and Edict here was... stabbing the goblin crossbowman at the head with a short sword, and the severed part actually sailed off in an arc. Jezza here was doing a lot of vomiting, mostly, was also biting the goblin crossbowman. This dwarf over here is hungry, and didn't make it into the fighting at all. Deep Sea Fishin also took part, didn't make it into the fighting at all. And Elfie Bean is injured, but most recently actually scratched a goblin, tearing the cheek. Did you get any kills? Nope. I can now give these dwarves a break. I'm setting them to no orders so that they take their weapons underground, turn off the burrow so that we can rescue this dwarf, who is seriously injured and still somehow outputting vomit at a very rapid rate. Yeah, rest in peace, Bob. You were a good dwarf. I wish you lasted longer. Also, I think I saw... Yeah, I still have a drawbridge I gotta finish building along up here. See what I have for blocks. What do I have a bunch of? Let's just do shale along here. Perfect. I just watched a few tutorials of blind and it was really helpful to start. Glad to help. I'm glad that people find use out of tutorials that I made over a year ago in a lot of those cases, right? And it's nice that people are still, you know, getting stuff out of them. Because I get, like, you know, traffic out of them, right? But it often, games as they update make tutorials kind of irrelevant. So it's nice that people are still getting relevant, helpful, useful information out of a lot of those tutorials. It's nice to see. I think all of the cavern animal people pictures look great. I really want to see the Hydra pictures. And the rock pictures. Welcome back. It's good to have you back. Suited. Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of this upper one for right now. Also, hey, 69 cliche 420, triple X, or quad X. There's 4 X's in that name. Ilmiran, what up? Rocks just look stoned. Really now? They don't look like roll. Because that would just make them look like sushi. I upped erosion values slightly and rainfall values slightly to get way more big rivers. But also it makes maps really thin. So like this map is only 27 layers deep, but I have this big river. Because big rivers are usually pretty high erosion areas, which is why you get these big trenches, but also you don't get as much like cavern depth, basically. And material depth. Nobody is as happy as possible. That's quite upsetting, actually. Ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. Oh boy. I mean, I have some tutorials on how to do advanced world gen stuff. The reason I haven't done more is I haven't had the time to sit down and learn more advanced world gen stuff. I just need to read the wiki a whole bunch in order to be able to make tutorials. I could sort of like half-ass together ones that I barely understand, but that's very disingenuous and I don't like doing that. No, I don't. I don't need that. Thank you, traders, though. It's a lot of blood. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. It's a bar block bin. Not allowed to sell finished goods. Okay, well, let's say amulets, maybe? Ah, I see. They're all in this bin. Cool. Well, in that case, what else could I sell? Can sell these arrows. Can sell all these. Can sell these. I could sell these. Oh, that's interesting. So I'm only allowed to sell blank choirs. I'm actually kind of curious. Who's forbidding that? Export of bracelets are prohibited. Huh. Nobody's forbidding that. Well, then why are they forbidden? Yeah, learning World Gen is almost like a puzzle game in and of itself, if you take the time to dive into it. I still can't believe how complex this game is, and the Adams Bros are still at it. I can, and I can. The thing that I will always say, which I've said a million times, and I'll probably say 2 million more before I die, is that I just wish that less people would just dismiss this game because they don't see the depth immediately. It's very much one of those games where you need to take some time and spend some time with it before you start to see all of the depth. And that will forever slightly frustrate me. But, you know, it's also like the Final Fantasy problem of, it gets good at hour 45. It's like, what if I don't want to spend 45 hours? And, you know, same deal, I suppose. Oopsies. I was trying to hit Willow and missed it. I don't care so much about the axles, but I do want the water wheels to be coordinated. What am I doing with this pump? I am damming a chunk of the river. I'm sending the river to eternal damnation. Damn it. I don't know where I'm going with this line of sentencing, but it's where I'm going. So. And I'm going to eat some unicorns, I think. Who's Janet? The old Twitch password reset? I mean, how long has it been? If it's been a while, I don't recognize your username, so it must have been, in fact, a while. About 2 years? Yeah, I also don't see any chat history, so that must have gotten lost at some point. Well, regardless, welcome back. Hello. Welcome to the Twitch side of things. I used to be better about remembering everybody's usernames and would remember names over like multiple years, but over the past year, it's honestly gotten busy enough around these parts that it's kind of difficult to keep up with that stuff sometimes. Oh, I see the problem here. I lost a ramp. Oh, Twitch it all. Gotcha. I was gonna say, sometimes like people tune into my stream for the first, like because I've been streaming for a long time, right? There'll be people who are like, I haven't watched you since 2014. Do you remember me? And I'll be like, nope, not at all. Why would I? It's only been 10 years, man. I had one of those relatively recently where somebody tuned in and then like I went and looked at their chat name and like started scrolling up in their chat logs and was like, okay, I kind of remember this person and I kind of remember them being an immature twat. So I was sitting there going like, well, maybe they grew up in the time, but then they haven't tuned back in since. They just immediately started referencing very old dead jokes from this chat from a very long time ago that I'd rather not be reminded of that weren't funny at the time. So, you know, 2014 was 10 years ago. Yup. Yeah, it was. Feel old yet? Because I certainly do. Almost every minute of every day. Mostly in the knees, you know. Look, it's a tree frog. 1995 was 10 years ago. I think your math's slightly wrong, but I will just simply believe you because everybody says everything that's true on the internet, right? You felt old when you hit 32 because you needed an extra bit for your age. Woof. Yeah, my knees hurt when I wake up most mornings, so... And that's from an old injury. That's my feel old moment. All right, so progress is being made here. Lots of dwarves can pass through fortifications. Flying creatures can pass through fortifications. Forgotten beasts can pass through fortifications. Vermin break a lot of rules. I use fortifications a lot to let cave spiders into my fort so that I can harvest silk. Legitimately a strat that I like doing. Was that Buzz Lightyear? I'm not familiar with the Buzz Out Loud thing, by the way. Never heard of that, but I'm sure somebody has. So old you can't emote properly. Feel you there. /slap. Which, sad, doesn't do anything. Used to be able to slap somebody with a trout in Twitch chat. I miss those days. Yep, they just need to have enough momentum to pass through the fortifications. That's the requirement for fortifications to pass through. They just need enough momentum to get through it. The problem is they generally don't have the momentum to get through it. Which is actually what restricts them from flying through them generally. All right, I think what I need to do is we need to get all this construction finished. And while we're waiting for the river to drain, I'm going to let the dwarves just relax for a bit. Because once all of this construction is finished, we'll be in a much better build up spot, basically. For it being a holiday, well, there you go. Is this a work from home type deal? What am I building? A dam. I'm trying to dam a very large river to make the very large river into my front door. If base quality doors also let vermin pass, I feel like vermin need to be a bigger issue. Because currently the biggest issue I have with vermin is when my cats kill them, my dwarves have to clean up the dead vermin. That is the biggest issue I have with vermin right now. Vermin, like, are something I more or less completely ignore in Dwarf Fortress. So, I don't know if I'm the problem, but I'll say that I just ignore vermin. Lucked into a remote admin support job, same pay, work from home. Nice. My dad says, or my dad's very first, my dad's very first job was working for Canada Post, and he said he decided he wasn't going to work there for very long, which is silly because it was a union gig, but he decided he wasn't going to work there for very long because on his first day of work, he walked in, and this was like in the 70s, right? He walked in up to his locker, unlocked his locker, and I guess one of his coworkers walked up to the locker next to him, opened up the locker, pulled out a bottle of whiskey, took a huge swig, and said, "All right, time to drive the mail truck." And then said, "Welcome to the most boring job of your life." And so my dad was like, "I think I'm going to find a different job." Which is kind of sad, because if he'd stuck with that job, he would have been getting paid significantly more and also have actually had, like, a good retirement plan instead of making, well, less than he should be and having a self-driven retirement plan. But it's okay. Him and my mom bought a business, so they do all right now. I also used to know another Greg, a guy named Greg, who who lived in the building next door to me, who I hated and didn't get along very well with. We got into arguments pretty frequently. He was kind of a condescending ass. He was in his mid-40s and he drank himself to death last summer. Because I don't know, I guess he was a mail carrier and he was an alcoholic. Seems like a running trend. Yeah, I'm sure that there's plenty of good people at the post office, but there also seems to be a lot of alcoholics at the post office, but that seems to just go with almost any boredom-based job is alcoholism. Like, I knew a bunch of alcoholics when I worked in fast food. Same with the restaurant industry in general. Yeah, which was really weird because when we found out that he died, my neighbor sent me a text saying Greg died, and I was like, what? As the guy named Greg, what? Going postal seems pretty accurate. Postal does not equal being an alcoholic, but although there's plenty of jobs that are professional boredom. You know, hold on. Let me just do a quick Google search for an image of an area close to where I live. This is going to be hard to find because of modern real estate. So I'm looking for an image of a house in the 1950s that originally was a couple blocks from where I live. And the sign said, or the out front of out front of the house was a sign that said "House for sale with car, $6,500, see owner." Or like knock on door or something like that. And that comment from Merson in YouTube chat about back in the day when houses costed pennies. Like, yep. Or it might have even been $650. Like, it wasn't not a lot of money. Twitch chat ad is reacting to others' chats? Like, I mean responding? Or like leaving like silly emoji comments? I mean, like, you can just, like, reply to people, which is kind of the same thing. I actually like how simple Twitch chat is. It makes it a lot easier for me to read. So, like, one of my biggest problems with a lot of the other more modern, air quotes, streaming platforms is I find the chats that they have to be significantly harder to read. All right, let's just get this done. Get a good amount. The fence is in. And then we just got to fill this in. And then I can turn the sucker on once I've got that wall piece in. So how does this damn thingy work? You're very curious. So the water is flowing in on the river right here, right? This is all a river. So what's going to happen is these are going to pump water through these fortifications into this little walkway, and the water is going to go down here, down into here, and then off the map through those fortifications. And I'm also going to block this off, don't worry, and also lock this door. And then what's going to happen is it's going to cause all of the flow from this side to be gone, and so it can just drain off the back here, which right now it is still sort of draining because a good chunk of it is going this way right now. So this chunk here is actually causing this area to not be full anymore. So it's actually kind of crossable, but I want to make it more crossable. And the goal would be to have an actual front door to the fortress right here. So they're going to walk all the way along the river, and then this is probably actually just going to get deconstructed and not left as it is currently. And then once this is deconstructed, I'm just going to build a drawbridge here so I can, you know, still do the pumping thing for coolness sake, for coolness points. But what it's actually going to end up doing is also I'm going to need to redirect some water over to this side so that this guy can get water still instead of it just draining there. But essentially what this is going to do is there's going to be a drawbridge here. So when I want to close this thing and lock it, I can just pull the lever and raise the drawbridge, and then we can let enemies walk into the fort from the other end here, and then we can set up archery towers or whatever the hell we need to do. That's how this damn thingy works. I mean, I have an emoji button on my Twitch, but I don't actually know if that's FFZ or not. I'll be honest, I've lost track of what's a FFZ feature and what's a new Twitch feature. Genuinely, I've lost track of it. Can no longer keep track. Yep, absolutely, Ilmarin. So I can fight the enemies back with a tidal wave. I wonder if you can drain an ocean to go to level... I mean, one, this isn't an ocean, but yeah, I've made similar contraptions that can drain oceans. Third times you miss IRC. I have an IRC client installed on this computer. For whatever it's worth, follow me on Mastodon. And I have a blog, and the service that I'm using to host my blog is also going to be federated soon. So that'll have ActivityPub integration. And if you know what I'm talking about, I don't know, one of us. It's that or nerd, one of the two. And I'm never entirely sure the appropriate response. You think you heard that IRC was getting shut down imminently? Not really. I mean, the protocol isn't getting updated, but you can't really shut down something that's self-hosted. Send water off the edge underground. Yeah, literally like this. Go underground, dig all the way up to the edge of the map, like this. So this is the edge of the map. And then when you get to the edge of the map, smooth it and build and then carve fortifications, carve gaps, and then the water can flow out. In older versions of the game, it would make water flow in. But I'm happy that got changed. Mm-hmm. ICQ is shutting down. Got it. Yeah, ICQ is kind of its own thing. Years ago, I prototyped a fake band with a chat member, which never became anything because it was just a running joke for a week. For a band called Canadian Heatwave, because of the heat domes we had 2 years ago. How bad is it where you're at, Lord Samuel? Today's pretty warm, but it's like normal summer warm. It's not like abnormally warm. Water thingies? What's a water thingy? 33 C? Yeah, today's supposed to be 25. Tomorrow's supposed to be 30. Which, the last heat wave we had, or the last heat dome we had, I guess, it was like 45 C. Yikes. That's pretty bad, though. But that was when, like, Lytton burnt down. Lytton is still, like, a hole in the ground. It sucks. As funny as it is as a town called Lytton getting Lytton and burning down, it sucks. Tomorrow's the last day. Yeah. No, we're supposed to have, like, 3-4 days of, like, sunny, hot weather here, and then it's supposed to go back to being kind of cold and rainy. I've also never used ICQ. I used MSN Messenger briefly. It's 80 Fahrenheit indoors, but that's with air circulating, so it doesn't awful. Ugh. I don't have air conditioning at all, and my air conditioner doesn't work anymore. I had a portable one. So Deep Sea Fish in the Miner has been taken by a Fey mood. So I either need to buy a new air conditioner or just suffer this summer, and I think I'm just going to suffer this summer. Because honestly, I don't like how much... I'm not allowed to have those in my building. Also, I don't have any windows that it would be compatible with anyway. Damn those Fey. What's wrong with the Fey mood? Fey mood good. What do you need, Dwarf? Do you need logs? No, you don't need logs. What do you need then? Tanned hides, okay. Rock, okay. Bones, got it. It's always friggin' bones. Always. It's always rocks and gems. Percussive Giant, the sequel. What Dwarf want you? No beard this time? All right, we'll go with the top one then. No, you want the hunter? Okay. Although they're not actually a hunter, so I don't need meat. Percussivant does not care less, could not care less about her appearance, talents, or other personal vanities. Dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. Though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, she often feels lustful, enjoys the company of others, and often acts with compassion. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. I lost my place.
Let's go,
and
Sprithome.
tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. I keep losing my spot. What the heck? She doesn't seek out excitement and is a greedy streak and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, isn't particularly ambitious, does not go out of her way to help others, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind working outdoors at least for a time, dreams of raising a family, personally believes war is preferable to peace in general, sees competition as reasonably important, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Likes conglomerates, sterling silver, and opal, an onyx opal, and Akeda wood. Dogs for their loyalty, and satyrs for their woolly legs, and the words of the fuchsia satin, and when possible prefers to consume wine, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Oh shit, chat, you know I got? Oh, it's fine, Gamer Crow, 1 second. You know what I bought? I found a $30 bottle of mead, and it's a herb and berry mead, and it's very good. Holy shit! I had a small glass of it last night. It was very, very tasty. Jeremy, can I get a big round of beers for Real Gamer Crow keeping that sub alive for 5 months? Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for helping me stay in business. And no need to apologize. Hates burning maggots. When possible, prefers to consume wine. Yep. You have a child and a husband. You do have quarters. So I will give you this. Now you have quarters and an office. Okay, so that's done. That's done. Let's get this half done. Let's get this done. Okay, our dwarf here is collecting more stuff. They've grabbed shell opals, oak logs, pig bone, and they're still using coal. Actually, I wonder, how much coke do I have? 360 coke! That's a lot of coke. Is the underway in the middle natural or dwarf made? Underway. What is an underway? I don't know what a waterway. Is this waterway natural? Absolutely. It's a major river. It's a natural fortress map formation. Okay, something I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go back up to here because I dropped this all the way down to, what, 2? Yeah, let's go 10 again so that these can start getting hauled so we can get these boulders into here faster. That or we just have to kind of accept that they're not going to get removed for a bit, which is probably the better thing to do. Okay, so let's just pause game, just make sure nobody's in here. Nobody's in here. Yep, nobody's in here. All right, let's lock this door. And now that I've done all that, I can go over to this. And we can pull this lever. Let's see how this sucker goes. Seems like Cyan Corp is going to get to do the honors. As the dwarf runs all the way to the end. And pulls the lever. So this fills all of this, like, immediately. And then it does that. Jesus, that had a lot of pressure. So it flies off the map down here. And this causes all of this to drain. So this is producing 2,200, needs 1,046. What, a water cannon? Yeah, pretty much. I could use it as a water cannon too. I could actually have a redirect on that. So I could block it and then make it go and just fire out a huge geyser, but... Yes, it is true. Charred veg. Over 9,000 pressure. It's a lot of pressure. I'm kind of tempted to just make a big-ass fountain somewhere in this fort, Xylium, but we'll see. You can drown, more like Gamer Crow. Cow, not Crow. Why do I keep calling you Crow? I feel like I've done this before. The river starts at a lower portion of the map and goes up. That's, is that an actual question? Because no, that is not how this river works. Deep Sea Fishing, the miner, has created Gimbasin Toscom Immist, a bituminous coal armor stand, and offers it to the Big Fall. Well, I'll add that to the... What? Where did you... Did you evaporate or something? I will chuck this up here. right there. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to make this into a barracks. I'm going to put all of these squads into here. Make a new squad. Just say no uniform. Put everybody who isn't in a squad currently into here. Do another new squad, no uniform. And again, I guess the one dwarf. And then we'll get them all training for a bit. Once this is filled. Because this will give the dwarves the opportunity to satisfy a bunch of needs. Hopefully happy up a little bit. So here's the thing. There's a lot of very delicate people on Twitch that are like rather easily offended, myself included at times. And the thing that you got to remember is that there's a lot of words out there that can make a lot of people feel real bad, right? And trash is one that could easily be used to upset and annoy and harass somebody. So it makes sense to me why it's banned. Am I going to say I completely agree with it? But I get it. I do get it. There you go. Ast is coming to fill the pond. Wonder if rubbish is okay. Probably. What are you trying to name? What were you clipping that you're trying to name that? Oh, Splash Splash River is Trap. There you go. So I'm waiting for midwinter because this is going to freeze, and then I'm going to block this off. Because this is the one thing that's keeping this thing filling. Okay, we've got Moldath coming to start the fountain up again. Then I can set all these dwarves to training. All right, there we go. This can go away now. And let's just set everybody to train for a little bit. Stand in the mist and enjoy it, damn it. Shoutouts to this dwarf who was just standing right in the middle of everything when just got gushered with water on top of their head. Now let's watch the moods go up, hopefully. Here. Let me show you something. Let me just do a quick save first in case it, like, crashes the game. But I want to show you this. Because, spoilers, that exists. I just have to do it carefully. That new Python one? Which one? Because there's Stone Sense, there's Armok Vision, there's Magic of Vox, the one that exports to, like, Magic of Voxel files. Yep. Well. I wouldn't say that's new. That's also, like, over a year old now. Yep, it crashed my game. Anyway, I figured it would do that because Linux, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it does exist, and it's called Stone Sense. But I don't know. I don't know if I'd necessarily count that because that's more of like a Voxuristi. It's more of a Dwarf Fortress renderer than a... It's not a plugin. Yeah, it's not really what they're asking for at all. But it exists, I swear. I could try it again. Yep. Okay. It's just not going to work. Mushrooms.html is crashing it, it looks like. I tried. Leaving Twitch open as a lurk? Well, cheers. I'm not entirely sure how I lured you back, but it's good to have you around. Thanks for giving me credit, whether or not I deserve it. But yeah, if you have dfhack running and you run the command stonesense, that theoretically should allow you to see your fort in isometric, but just save first, because it will also probably break your save. Well, not break your save, but like do some potential damage to the save. So while all of these dwarves are in here...
Gamer Cow cheered. X500. Thank you for indulging my tangent.
No problem, dude. Thanks for the $5. I'll tell you this, the tangent was not worth $5, but I'm happy to indulge. Let's just see if we can happy up some of these dwarves. Staring at the dwarf moods. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the $5 from Real Gamer Cow? Speaking of indulge in this, chat. I have a blog, which can be found at blindirl.com. If you want to be a massive help in the long term of like survivability of what I do for a living, go give that blog a follow. It's a weekly newsletter where you'll get a weekly public post, kind of with a recap of everything that I produced and made in the past week. And on top of that, past that first post, probably in the next couple of weeks, it's gonna sort of turn into a Patreon alternative, where I'm going to have other things on there that aren't just written word. If that is something that's interesting to you, maybe check it out. Give it a follow. Or, you know, just like favorite the page and check it on Mondays. You don't have to sign up with your email. It also has an RSS feed. If you put in the RSS feed as blindirl.com/RSS, we'll get you the RSS feed. If that also interests you. Suited, I don't know if you know this. Did you know that you're one of 2 people with that badge in this stream? It's like you and Hobo. Actually, no, 3. Animal also has one. There's only 3 people who have that badge. It still kind of makes me do a double take whenever I see it.
The suited giraffe cheered. X200. Did you know if you stacked every living elephant on top of each other, they wouldn't like it?
I'm not surprised. I never really thought about it, though. This drainage is going pretty okay. Just need the very brief window of time where this sucker freezes. The one that suited giraffe has. The bits badge. It's the has given the stream an absolutely massive amount of money badge. Okay, that's kind of funny. Where are these oh my god, are the pond grabbers swimming into the map? Chat, we've made a pond grabber spawner. We've made a pond grabber spawner. Look at that. Oh my word. It kind of is terrifying, but also kind of amazing because I've never seen that before.
No!
I mean, they can't get into the fort, so it's fine, but it's like, that's just a kind of amusing. Just waiting until we have some actually happy dwarves. Cave Johnson is tired and stressed. Just gonna wait until most of these guys down here become wrestlers, like content being near a waterfall, wants to practice a craft. Game goes, duh, why not have water here? No, the game's, because it's technically on the cavern layers, right? So stuff on the cavern layers where there's water that touches the edge of the map, more creatures can float in on, right? Kind of reminds me of the time that I had to melt an ocean with lava. It's kind of like when I had to, what's the word? Melt an ocean with lava so that I could get giant animals to spawn. Make one of those smart mirrors with your Raspberry Pi. I don't know what that means. What's a smart mirror? Those pics of me made me chuckle. Well, there you go. They're just like reused thumbnail images. I needed something to put there. See, these are the kinds of comments that I get that make me kind of hurt inside a little bit. I'm going to read a bit of this out loud. 2 months have passed since the promised release for Adventure Mode, and it's still in early alpha, only available for $30 in Steam on Steam. And Toady displays his usual disregard for his fan base, adding his abilities menu nobody asked for among the... That's not true. Among with the usual batch of useless bike shedding. While characters still scrounge for food, and every Steam post has been clamoring for a way to butcher meat, luckily the audience finally got it, and the average player count has reached an all-time low of 750 right now. That is true. Versus 1,100 around the time of this bogus release. Well, okay, it went higher than that, but all right. Who can still fall for this game is still free swindle? Version 51 is likely to be released before 2025. And even so, it will be stuck forever in a hideous black streaks for lack of decent rendering code and an indigent interface due to Toadie's lack of competence as a programmer and UI designer. It goes on for like another 2 paragraphs. That's the kind of comment that I read that's just like, you know, you're not making a positive impact. You're just making a YouTuber feel bad about his life. Like literally, like you're not fixing the game that you have problems with, which is fine and fair. All you're doing is making me feel shitty. Genuinely. Like, that's all that those comments do. And if that's your goal, cool. I mean, like, commenting on my videos like that isn't going to speed up development of Dwarf Fortress. They're not trolls. This is somebody who's been around my comment section for literal years. A troll is somebody who shows up just to be mean. This is somebody who's been commenting on my videos for, like, 4 years now. It's a person who only plays the free versions of Dwarf Fortress, has no interest in the paid version, and I understand their frustration. Genuinely. And I kind of get that perspective. It just fucking hurts. Not true. Like, that person has commented relatively frequently and being quite positive about other parts of the game, right? So, no, they're not a troll. By definition, they are not a troll. Anyone can become a troll? Sure, but having negative feedback for something isn't a troll. If you consider all negative feedback to be a troll, then that's its own problem, right? Someone who's a troll is someone who's just trying to be mean for the sake of being mean. I don't think this person is trying to be mean for the sake of being mean. I think this is a person who is genuinely frustrated, who wishes that a game that they like would be better. Which makes sense. I get it. I just wish they wouldn't do it to me. Because it's something I have no control over. See, I don't agree with that because it's not, like, see, I could read you a troll post. I have some of those, but they're mostly just like, here's a wall of profanities and games suck, blah, that's a troll, right? If you write 2 paragraphs about why you're dissatisfied with the speed and, like, decisions of development that are, in my opinion, actually legitimate feedback in some ways, that's not a troll. Like, to me, like, that is well-written negative feedback, which isn't trolling. And if you consider well-written negative feedback to be trolling, God fucking help you. They would know that Toady would not do any of this quickly? Sure. But, there's been a lot of promises made, right? Like, putting it this way, the reason stuff like that is happening in my comments section pretty consistently right now is because there was multiple announcements about the launch of Adventure Mode, right? The actual launch of Adventure Mode was a beta branch, very unfinished, incomplete version of what is already an alpha mode, right? Like a mode that is very much unfinished already. So it is a less finished version of a previously unfinished thing that was announced to be coming out and hyped for about a year. Disappointing release. From the perspective of somebody who's only playing a free version of the game, that was promised consistently for the entire development of the premium version, that the free version would remain free and at parity with the premium version, which is supposed to be true, right? So if you then release something that was said to be released at a certain time, not released in a completed state, behind a paywall, I can understand the frustration. Like, genuinely, I get it. Toady not being a good coder is just kind of something that I roll my eyes at because that's practically a meme. I don't know. I've seen people, like, bashing Cody's programming ability as long as I've played this game, and I don't even, like, register that as trolling anymore. But there is actually well-written marketing feedback in there. No, absolutely. Toady deserves his cash. He should go move to a different country that he likes more than America and, like, buy a house. Like, he should absolutely do that. But his publisher really needs to stop miscommunicating the progress of the game. Because they've done it a couple of times now, and it frustrates me. And also, Tarn, I love you. Get better at taking notes while you're patching your video game and what's going into each patch, please, so that we can actually get patch notes that properly show what's in an update. Because that's really fucking annoying to me. Game proves otherwise. You know, in some aspects, yes, game does prove otherwise. In some aspects, no. I mean, everybody's a specialist, right? Like, everybody is good at what they're good at. The stuff that Tarn's good at, he's really good at. But Putnam is really good at completely different things, right? Putnam showing up has definitely shown Tarn's weaknesses, but I won't outright state that he's a bad programmer, because he's not. But he definitely has things that he specializes in that he's very good at, figuring out. Is Beastie still locked up? Beastie was killed by another forgotten beast that is a scorpion, which leads me to believe that bug of how do I word this? Poisons being way less effective is apparent. Makes me believe that it's fixed, because Putnam wasn't sure if it went in or not, which you may or may not have heard me talking about earlier. But I'll put it this way: I don't think Tarn's a bad programmer. I think he's a really bad note taker. Like, or he strikes me as somebody who's pretty bad at, like, project management, which doesn't mean a bad programmer. Like, nobody's perfect, right? Tarn strikes me as somebody who's a very talented in math, knows a good deal about very specific types of programming, but not the best project manager. And the reason I say he's not the best project manager is simply just, like, look at his inability to complete an arc that he said that he would complete. Project management is hard as fuck. Yeah, there's a reason that's a specialty, right? Dabbling organizer. Pretty much, yes. Grandmaster mathematician. legendary coder, dabbling organizer, easily distracted. Often spends unnecessary effort. In the industry, I don't think his programming is bad without seeing his code. If you are really bad, you can't make a game of this size. No, totally. I completely believe you. Yeah, no, I'm not saying he's a bad programmer. All I'm saying is I get like 24 comments like that a week. Very well written triple paragraphs about why they're dissatisfied with the game and commenting about the fact that the player count is decreasing. And in a lot of cases, I can't help but agree with them. I do not like the overwhelming negativity that they tend to throw directly at the game when they're criticizing it. Like, I wish people could have positive criticism. Like, if you want to criticize the speed of development, okay. But don't deride it to insults because it completely circumvents your own criticism and makes your points seem pointless. Just waiting for all these recruits to level up to being wrestlers. I'm actually kind of amazed none of them have gotten happy yet. Who's the happiest dwarf in the fort currently? And what is making you upset? It's Ming. You do have fine quarters. Do you not have an office in here? Guess not. Hold on, Ming. Let's shrink your bedroom down slightly. I just tried to use undo. That's not a thing in Dwarf Fortress. Cornelius, thanks for the 17th month. Welcome back. It's certainly not an LLM. Like, you guys are very, very, very bad at something. What? And this is something that I used to be really bad at, which is dismissing all criticism as trolls. Like, you guys need to not do that and realize that negative criticism is a valid form of criticism, and you have to be able to take it. It's actually something that I think that people in my industry are exceptionally bad at, is just discounting all negative criticism as trolls. Because I think one of the most valuable things I've started doing in the last year is actually, like, trying to get better at acknowledging negative criticism instead of either just dismissing it or ignoring it or lashing back at it. And I think that the internet is, like, programming us that everybody is out to get you and all criticism is trolls. I don't think either of those things are true. I think that all negativity on the internet comes from a place of anger or frustration, which is an irrational thought process. Somebody that's going out intentionally to annoy and disturb rarely actually has criticism. They usually just jump directly to insults, right? And I see that frequently enough, right? Or they just jump directly to threats or things that they know that are pointed that are designed to hurt an individual. But when somebody goes out and posts a very large post that reads and looks like frustration, it's very rare for me to assume that that is coming from a place of anything but disappointment in a thing, which I think people are entitled to. All right, so it's time to stop training at least some of these squads. So I need to get a block wall built there. So let's get these two out of here. Yeah, and it's very difficult to read intent through the internet, right? Like, I mean, I talk about this all the time. It's like trying to figure, it's like one of the hardest things in the world is trying to figure out if somebody is trying to hurt you or if somebody is trying to just simply tell you something. And it's something that gets dismissed way too often in the world right now, in my opinion. If that's on news coverage, that's fine. It's a if that's on a news coverage, then it's fine as it's a reaction to an update. Yeah, no, I mean that's on the news video that I put up this morning. But like, I do stand by my statement of like it hurts me specifically because it's something that I have zero control over, and I wish I had some control over it. You know. All right, so I need to put a hive right here, which I should have. Yeah, I've got a gold hive. I'm gonna start doing some bee stuff. Why do your nobles keep making craft jobs to create some items over and over again? Because they're obsessed with it, and nobles do that. That's literally it. Sorry I don't have a probably a more satisfactory answer for you, but that is quite literally the answer to that, is because that's just what nobles do. It's because they love those items and they have the power to make you do it. And they will put your dwarves in prison if they don't. Draken Soul, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Greatly appreciate you, dude. Okay, let's get these 3 squads out of here. Just keep that bottom one in there. Well, actually, let's just get rid of all of them. Get them all out of here. Let these dwarves split. It did help moods in general quite a bit. Actually, how's Cave Johnson doing? You know, actually, let's put Cave into this squad down here. Who's the other upset-ish dwarf? Nodokasa and Dominok? And... oh, must be a squad leader. Okay, so I'm going to keep this barracks here for a little bit. Keep this bottom squad training. And we'll just let them keep training a little bit longer. Because it does seem to be helping. Quite considerably. Gonna be creative, you need excitement. We're gonna need to make more bedrooms pretty soon. Ingush, you go here. Indiridius, I'm going to make you into a scholar because it's convenient. And Decus, let's also get you in as a scribe. Maybe one other dwarf too. Somebody like... I mean, I already have one actually. For a scribe, we'll throw you in there instead so that you can write a good first book. Potentially. We'll throw this Gelder into here as a scribe. All right. Well, we should also have plenty of writing material. How many books do we actually have in here? 53. Nice. Yeah, we got plenty of unwritten quires. It doesn't help when there's a disconnect between Zach and Tarn, between what Zach and Tarn have done versus what their publishers say and have done, and giving people false impression of where things currently are. Yeah, I honestly don't know who to point at, right? I mean, it could be me. I mean, maybe I just have this bad habit of like kind of misreading what's happening, but like, as I understand it, there is a pretty obvious feeling disconnect between what Bay 12 is currently working on versus what the publisher says the completion of a thing is. And I think that they've like gotten better about it since Adventure Mode came out. I think that they've been doing a better job in the last couple of weeks. But that being said, it doesn't change the fact that there's been a number of times where what they've said is being worked on versus what's actually being worked on versus what actually gets released, there's a lot of weird disparity. And I think that it would both do the game and the publisher a lot of favor if two things could happen. One, the publisher was less promising, I guess, like promised less, because it feels like there's been a number of times where the publisher has promised things and it's disappointed. And the second thing that I feel like would benefit the game if it changed a little bit is just better patch notes. Kit Fox releasing that Tarn is moving is kind of like question mark, because honestly that information should come from Tarn. It seems to like a little overreaching. I have a feeling Tarn probably gave them the okay go, because I was talking with Kit Fox in DMs a couple of weeks ago. Let's make some statues. I was talking with Kit Fox a couple of weeks ago. Not quite a couple, like maybe about a week before I left for my vacation. So yeah, a couple of weeks ago. And I asked like when the next patch was going to be out, because I'd heard that there was supposed to be a patch the week prior, and the response I got was from Kit Fox was Tarn is going through some personal family stuff right now and is very busy, and we're not sure if we can talk about it just yet. So I assume that's what this is. That's my assumption. All right, well, we can get down and into here and collect all of this stuff. I can also just deconstruct this. Actually, let's just go right here. I'm going to need a bunch of rock blocks. Don't need drinks at this exact moment. Let's unforbid a lot of this stuff. And probably also increase the number of rock blocks that we make. I don't think that there is anybody to point at. Adventure mode was overhyped. Yeah, and but here's the thing, right? Is there anybody to point at? Who knows? People want somebody to point at, right? People kind of, whether it's like a legitimate need or want or not, it doesn't really matter. People on the internet want somebody to point at. They want somebody that they can point at and be like, this person ruined the game did. You know, they want that, regardless of if that's a positive thing or not. You know, I'm debating as to whether or not I even need a bridge. I do think I need to pave this, but I don't know if I need a bridge. So something I would like to see, once all of this stuff is hauled out of here, because they're hauling, like Fluffy Ambush, hauling a lot of this stuff out of here. Once all this stuff is hauled out, I want to just let it flow. I just want to turn it on and watch it go. Because I would like to see how quickly this sucker drains. I also would like to demolish these. But yeah, no, I very much agree with the adventure mode was overhyped. But I don't think it was overhyped in that they misrepresented the game, because anybody who's played adventure mode before knows what that thing is. think the overhypingness of it was like, I think it was last October. And I don't blame Kit Fox for getting ahead of this. And this is probably just like a thing that Kit Fox has learned now and hopefully won't do again, which is just simply that if you promise something, people will expect it, right? And if you under-promise something and then, over-promise something and then under-deliver that thing, you're going to upset people. And I think that they've just done that a couple of times now. And I think that that's a little bit bad. I mean, me too. I mean, I also heard about but see, here's the thing. What Tarn said about healing potions in the interview that I did with him, right? Because he talked about those in my interview, was that it wouldn't be in the release patch, the initial patch, but it would be in the first major patch afterwards, meaning it'll be in the first major patch after adventure mode is done. But at the time, we thought that April was the complete release. I mean, if game run bad, people say bad tech, bad coding, Drum Original, and this is a game that will inevitably run bad, regardless of what you do. It's like, I always compare it to City Skylines, or even Factorio. It's like, if you build enough, it'll run bad. Duh. But that's just people being silly, really. But I do agree, it does bother me too. Same thing bothers me. I mean, there's a lot of things I wonder when if, right? Like babies, right? When are dwarven babies gonna get sprites properly? And the answer is after adventure mode. Yeah, I think that honestly it would be better, and this would be bad for me. Okay? It would be better if Kit Fox didn't talk much and was quiet more. Because it would be better for the health of Dwarf Fortress if there was less stuff going on in the Steam newsfeed. Because the only thing that's worse than not posting in the Steam newsfeed is posting news people don't want to hear in the Steam newsfeed. Yeah, no, it is kind of funny, Rhina. I mean, they have sprites for them. They've had sprites for them since 2022. I've seen them. I've seen them. I've seen them on a phone in Tarn's hand. Babies. Baby dwarfs. What was I going to queue up? Rock mechanisms. That's what I was going to queue up. I think people are very used to something specific. People are very used to games running in prefab engines. People are not used to games running on not prefab engines. People are pretty used to, like your Godot's, your Unities, that sort of thing, right? They're not super used to developers having to build the ability for... Where's these keys? Oh, well, that makes sense. People are not as used to games having to make the ability for... Okay, I'm going to re-implement this tavern up here, which is the last hill. The reason I'm going to do that is because I got rid of it during the big bad, but we need it back because I need dwarves to stand around and hang around in here a little bit more because we're starting to get vomit. And if I reallow this, then dwarves will go up there and hopefully not vomit. I think expectations for players should be set lower by Bay 12 and Kit Fox both. I mean, it's a really small team working on a huge game, and it's going to be slow. Yeah, and also people will always complain about the fact that, they haven't hired 25 people, right? This game is a weird and unique, situation, right? It is developers that worked on a thing for a very long time that was very successful, that a very core audience of people fucking adore, and now it's suddenly for sale, right? And so on one hand, you've pissed off a chunk of your audience by default who were told and promised that the game would be free forever. Because whenever there is a slight disparity in versions, they assume they're being ripped off and conned, even though they owe nothing to them, right? Bay 12 doesn't need to owe anybody anything ever. A Dwarf peasant. I don't have any peasants right now, actually. Hold on. Let me see if this squad has peasants in it. Let me see. I mean, I got some traders. I got a mathematician. That's kind of a peasant. Do you want to be a mathematician? Devs need to eat too. Yeah, and they need housing as well. But here's the thing. People only care about the product. They don't care about you, right? It's like, if I start talking about my depression, there is a portion of my audience that will tune out immediately, right? Because they care about, that portion of the audience cares about the streams happening, and they care about their entertainment. Like, I had somebody get extremely mad, unsubscribe, block me on all social media, which is weird, because I tried to send them an apology, and reported my Patreon and sent me screenshots of them reporting my Patreon, and left a couple hate comments on my YouTube videos, and unsubscribed from Patreon and Twitch and everything. And their reasoning was I wouldn't stop talking about politics and my depression. This was about a year ago. Yeah, about a year ago now. Because there was some people that got into my stream back in December 22 who I guess got a slightly different vibe from my stream when I was just like manically trying to output like 8 videos a day while also streaming 12 hours a day while also communicating with an audience of 1,000 people and just like mass tutorializing the game constantly. They thought that was what my stream was going to be forever. But then when I fall back into the more normal like discussion streams that I do when my chat's a little quieter, they eventually like asked me a couple times to stop and basically change the entire vibe of the stream, which fuck no. Sod off. Shut up. You goofball. And they proceeded to eventually just fall to pieces and eviscerate me from their like browse history, I guess. And it's like, well, there's certain type of people that expect a product. And the second you talk about you as a person, they don't give a shit. Right? So that person wanted entertainment and content from me, period. They don't want me to have a soul or be a person. Right? And there's, oh no, totally. I agree with you on Koten. Like, I'm just using this as an example. But it doesn't matter how successful and how many people love your video game. If you make a video game, there will be portions of your audience that does not give a shit if you can afford groceries, does not care if you can pay rent, does not care how functional you are as a human being at home, does not care if your wife just died, doesn't care about any family tragedy, just wants updates and updates yesterday because you're 2 days late, damn it. I paid for your product, give me the thing. There will always be people like that. It doesn't matter how successful a thing is, or how unsuccessful a thing is, or how consistently you update the thing, there will be people like that, that will be categorically, horrifically mean to you if you do anything such as say, I'm taking a week off. Yeah, even when it's free. If it's a fucking mod for Skyrim, people are like that, you know? It just is what it is. That is how people are, and it sucks. All right, so this mathematician is going to be UGDPY. I really like the way the clothing icons are looking. I feel like they keep adding stuff to the clothing icons. I might be going crazy. He personally disregards tradition, values self-control, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of mastering a skill. Has a low sense of self-esteem, is sometimes cruel, dislikes obligations, will avoid being bound by them, if possible. And he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He prefers to present himself modestly. He often feels discouraged. He is a friendly individual, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He likes to take it easy, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to avoid crowds. He is assertive. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. himself. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And he likes selenite, aluminum, sard, and green glass, yak bone, the color spring green, greaves, earrings, and turkeys for their gobble, and giant fireflies for their enticing glow. And the words of the wisps of sparking, and when possible prefers to consume fonio beer and absolutely hates rats. You don't have any family, but you do have some friends. And as far as your job goes, you quite enjoy reading. And have you done any pondering yet? Just intellectual discussions? Well, it doesn't look like you've done any pondering yet, but regardless, welcome to the fort. Literally everything to ratchet screwdrivers, to cell phones, software, video games, work, art, masterpiece, quality AC units, making spaceships. People have a small understanding, but it's shallow. But I do think that you're right about the expectation that people are somewhat out of the realm of unrealistic. There's people somewhat out of the realm of unrealistic expectations at the end of the day, making things hard. Yes, no, you're correct. I mean, I'm just babbling. I'm just babbling because of frustration of people's responses to game development slow. That's literally all that I'm annoyed with, is just, why can't people just be less frustrated? Okay, so the area that I do need a bridge in front of is up here. You know what you're annoyed with? Slime keeps eating your snacks. I have no idea. What are you annoyed with? Elfie being your queen had a masterwork robe and all kinds of cool figurine and lace in the portrait. I wonder what the most common nickname for a dwarf is. And I wonder, like, names that people intentionally go in and rename their dwarves to, because I do actually wonder how many of them are just like names from my Twitch chat. I know that's like kind of a weirdly self-centered thing to think, but like I do genuinely wonder. So that's Etor the farmer. Okay. Let's make some more bedrooms. I'm also going to check something. Are we currently making rock blocks? I mean, I think we're out of rock blocks. Actually, out of rocks right now. Not a significant amount of names. Yep, definitely, possibly, yes. I have a tarantula that keeps trying to web down his spider plant, and the cats are getting buzzed by nibbling on the tiny bits of the bigger spider plant. Cats get buzzed by eating spider plants? What? Huh? I'm so confused by this whole sentence, but I'll just smile and nod. Also, thank you much to all those of you who are watching today, by the way. It's good to have you guys. All right. We got a swarm of mosquitoes. Gross. I'm like impressed enough with how this is working that I might just leave this as is. I might just leave this as is. Oh. I must test it. I must. Because that is a way into the fort that they can access. Let's see if I can get this door shut. What are you off to do? You're off to construct a building. Assuming it's this. Okay, so you turn around. Can we please get these doors shut? Where are you headed? You're off to attend a meeting. That doesn't seem wise. Where are these invaders? Oh, it's just snatchers. Called it. And then they all immediately run away. Well, a bunch of them did. Here comes Elfie, the wrestler. Well, I mean, if they actually make it in the front door, we'll fight them off, but I don't think we're going to need to. I mean, at least one of these dwarves is well armed. I think we can let them go back to whatever the heck they were doing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is the front door of the fort is going to be right here, because I need to mine stuff out anyway, so this just makes sense. Okay, so where do you end? You end right there. That's going to be the entrance to the fort. You got a necro in your army. Any issue with having stalker zombies running around in the fort? I mean, no inherent issue. It's literally just that they're zombies, so they may have secret powers. As long as they're friendly zombies and on your side, that's a non-issue. If they're not blue and they are purple, there's a pretty good chance they will attack you. That's an issue. It's a pretty obvious one, too. You know, actually, let's just do this. Let's go in a straight line. And I'll put a drawbridge right here. And then another thing I need to do is this right here. This. Needs a connection. Let's also seal that off. You know, I'm gonna do this in a super duper 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 uber danger way. But it'll be pretty cool when I pull it off. It'll be pretty cool, trust me. I will say be careful about putting necromancers into your military, because there is a pretty good chance in a lot of cases that they will not kill your own dwarves, obviously, but absolutely demolish the frame rate when major fights happen. So I will say be wary of that. Alban has claimed a craftsdwarf's workshop and is standing still on it. He needs skeletons. Let's just butcher something and see if that does her. All these I can get rid of. All right, well, this dwarf's locked in here, so I guess you'll dig until you get to the edge. You know what? We'll let you dig out after you're done. I love just these dwarves just running across here. This is kind of funny. I'm also just going to make a... actually, maybe not right there. I'm kind of tempted to just make like a walkway going across this pretty soon. Actually, I wonder, did I, in fact, close that outer gate up there? Yeah, I did. All right, so the upper gate is closed. So now officially the only way, really, in and out of the fort is all the way the hell down here. Awesome. Is this going to be a slip and slide? Except, I mean, it's going to definitely be a great flood slide, yes. Is absolutely what this is going to be. I wonder how my accidental pond grabber spawner is going. Look at all these pond grabbers. They're real happy about the waterfall. That's funny. That is funny. And then right here, I'm going to throw a drawbridge in. And then I will put a lever right here. And this lever is going to be connected to this drawbridge. And Dwarf seems to have hit a wall of having to dig underneath this. So then you're going to hit another wall in a moment, probably around here, which I'm just going to hold down my mouse so that you can dig through it, because you've got nowhere else to go, because I've literally walled you in, because I'm a big meanie. And that'll be plenty. Then I'm going to go up to here and dig this out. And he lets himself out. There you go, Dwarf. Fantastic. So what this is going to do is once all of these rock salt boulders get let out of here, I'm going to cave in this tile right here. Okay. Once I've caved in this tile right here, this tile is then going to fall through this flooring here and let the water flow into here freely, which is then going to bubble up into here and go all the way along here right to there. But first, I just need to get rid of all of these boulders. So we're just going to wait for all the boulders to get in there while I set up a contraption to drop that thingy right there, which will be exciting and fun once it's done. Here's hoping. I also, you know what could be fun? Just to stop dwarves from pathing in the wrong direction and even trying to path in the wrong direction, I think I'm going to go along the top here with fortifications, which I'm not seeing on here. Where the hell are fortifications? Are my eyes breaking? They're there. They're at the bottom. Okay. Alban, the Dwarven child, has created Zalud Lokost, a pig bone mini forging. Claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Moldath. You know, that's his parent. So I think it's his dad, actually. Like, that dwarf just made an artifact and dedicated it to his dad. Happy Father's Day. So we're going to build these fortifications all the way along here. And here's hoping these dwarves gather everything that they need. We're also going to try building these last few tiles. This is turning into a real family-oriented dwarf fort. Yeah, it's the it's a very what's the name of that series? It's a very Fast and the Furious fort, you know, because it's about family. It's about family. And I'll just let that kid have that mini forge. They can just play with it. It's about family. 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 Because at the end of the day, it's about family. All right, well, I'm going to do the obvious thing, which is this. And the reason I'm doing this, constructing and then deconstructing this, is so that I can actually have some tiles here that look like dirt. Because when you construct and deconstruct it, you actually get dirt in its place. See? Makes these appear. Which, like, on one hand, kind of silly. On the other hand, okay. Why don't you do that the first time? The texture of the riverbed is an invisible black non-texture, but if you build a floor and remove the floor, it becomes like furrowed silt, which is what it's supposed to be. I don't know why it does that. It only does that when you have the graphics on. If you swap to ASCII, we have the proper dirt icons. So yeah, I have no idea. Your guess is about as good as mine. Because genuinely, your guess is about as good as mine. Sort of. Don't fear, Phil. Because it'll make it look a lot better. Would paving it with... Actually, I wonder, would dirt road work? Nope. Need soil outlet. Okay, so I could pave this. Because there's soil here. But I can't do it on areas where there isn't soil yet. Maybe with the, what's it called? The paved road, but I'm kind of not gonna maintain too much hope for that, but we'll try it. Actually, what if I just make a paved road that's a single tile? So they can do it quickly and then we can test it. Well, this right here, I believe, can be blocked off and worked with. Seems like the great work worthy of Dwarf Fortress and the extremely laborious, time-consuming task of paving and unpaving a huge valley. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see trees grow in here. I think that would be cool, but, I mean, I'm also not really expecting it to happen, so. It's also, like, full of hamsters right now. It isn't quite teeming with life, but it's certainly getting there. I also am probably going to go all the way along a large portion of this and, like, not cave in, but make it, you know, less likely to cause me problems when it comes to... How do I put this? when it comes to things climbing up the walls. So I should probably dig in an overhang in a lot of these areas, or build an overhang, one of the two. Could also use this area as a Marksdwarf thing. But yeah, basically what I want to do is I want to build a big old Marksdwarf towers along the edges of this and use this as my defense, is what I want to do in Sprithome. So I can hang out under the fairies and watch their... Oh, awesome! We're getting bubble bulb. Okay, let's see if this paved road will have the desired effect. You've recently discovered Dwarf Fortress and you're having an amazing time with the game. It's a lot of fun to play after watching some of your very good tutorial videos on YouTube. Keeps bombarding me with your shorts. You're welcome. I wish that YouTube would bombard people with my shorts more. It's weird because like YouTube didn't do that at all until like literally 3 days ago. Like nobody was really getting, like my shorts recommendations were down like 90 something %. Oh shit. I think I just crashed the game. And I know exactly what did it. Gosh, there's a sprite disappearing. I need to report that. Hold on. Let me grab the crash log. I know exactly what caused it. It's okay. Last save isn't that long ago. Actually, I wonder if I even can. Yeah, I think that the crash log is not available on Linux right now. Well, that sucks. Bonked the algo? No, I mean, my stuff started I had a singular short take off before that. No, actually, RimWorld plus DF Sale has done almost nothing from what I can tell. And for reference, it's this short that has got bumped into the algorithm, and it got bumped into the algorithm, what, on the 15th? So what, 4 days ago? It's this one. Like, it's bizarre. I haven't had a short do this in like 2 years since like the release of Dwarf on Steam. You discovered the game literally a week ago. Maybe all those years you. You've watched my one short 42,100 times. That's impressive. Have you just had it on repeat the whole time? Cause like, geez, man. All right, how much progress did I lose today? Okay, so it was before I started digging this. Got it. Okay, well, let's change our priorities ever so slightly. Let's just get rid of this stuff. We can do this later. I think it was before that child made that toy. You know what? I'll just change the location of some of this stuff a little bit. That'll be fine. And then from here, I think what I'm actually going to do is go down one. All right. Although, except this is going to be priority number 1, because I want them to do this first. Did I report the bug even without the crash report? Well, I mean, it's a known bug. I just wanted to send the crash log, but if I don't have a crash log, there's no real point. And also, I need to check something again. Can I make a paved road and use that? All right, let's go. Don't chop down all trees at once. Juniper. Would that actually help if you went to sleep and left the show on repeat? I have no idea. Probably not. You did get added? Okay, well, I'll wait for the ads to be over then.
Bring out your dead!
It's one of those things where it's like, no, I don't have a tutorial on how to chop down trees without dwarves getting crushed by logs.
I know this.
Because just don't clear cut an entire forest all at once and you won't have collateral damage. It's that simple. It's something that you just kind of have to figure out how to do. Just do not click drag entire forest. Select small singular trees individually and you won't have any collateral damage. It's literally that simple. You didn't mean to Unix over me? Oh god, you Unixed all over my face. Oh. Wait, hold on a second, actually. Okay, no, this is after Bobtron died. It's okay. Those things will just get spooked off. It's after I started that up again. Where the heck are they going? Well, good luck. Aw, man. Did I really actually manage that? It's kind of funny. Actually, let's just deconstruct this. On mobile during ads? I will say, if you're subbing on mobile, you're going to get charged more, but thank you for subscribing all the same. I would recommend moving that over to a PC subscription if possible. Okay, so I can use roads. So that's kind of cool. How many boulders does this, or rock things does this take? 85. Well, let's not do quite that many. Let's just do like this. And then I'm going to go right here. We're going to use fortifications all the way across here. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is go up to here. I'm going to make 2 more pieces out of whatever material is closest. Right here, I'm then going to place a floor tile once this previous floor tile is in. So that floor tile is going to go in, and then I'm going to place a floor tile there. We're going to put a, what's it called? The support right here. Then I'm going to get rid of these 3 floors after connecting it to a lever, which I'll just put, like, I don't know, right here, somewhere convenient. How many mechanisms do I actually have currently? 5? Okay, that's plenty. So once those 2 are connected, although I should probably make 5 more. Rock mechanisms, please. What'd that say? Okay, not what I thought it said. Once we have those rock mechanisms and this connected, then I can drop this directly down here, punching a hole through this once this is all done being mined out, which will cause the water to bubble up and then get pumped up into here again. So I can still have my reservoir. I don't know what Jackie Moves is talking about at all, actually. So I guess I don't know. Kinda want to dig a trench along here and have another angle of water coming into this side because this power is pretty important, but we're still generating more than enough for it to not really be an issue. Counts view time and it repeats itself like a new user. Oh yeah, no, it's very obvious whenever ad breaks happen, but there's no real reason to just repeatedly refresh the stream because all it's doing is falsely inflating numbers. And it's not like I have, you know, 10,000 people watching so that if everybody refreshes, I jump to #1 on Twitch. It doesn't really benefit me in any way. It just kind of throws a weird, annoying break in the stream for anybody watching. So I would recommend you don't do that, actually. Because while it might benefit the biggest on the channel, these dumb algorithm breaking gimmicks that a lot of channels promote really don't help the vast majority of people and aren't even remotely useful to the vast majority of people. Just the people at the top. Unleash the bots. I mean, we're all view bots. This is what the Mr. Destructoid emote is for specifically. To each their own? No, not to each their own. Like, straight up, you're just wasting your own bandwidth if you're just constantly refreshing the stream. Like, I get it, you're trying to help, but it doesn't really help if all you're actually doing is increasing the view count artificially for 10 seconds. I mean, it also is pointless on YouTube. See, here's the thing, right? Like, if you're talking about some fucking spiffing Brit nonsense, that shit doesn't actually matter nor help to the vast majority of normal-sized channels. What it does do and what it does help is large channels that are already massively runaway successful because, well, they can just tell their audience, hey, like this right now, and then suddenly they get 10,000 likes or whatever, and then they skyrocket to the top of the algorithm and their view count doubles. But that doesn't work for a channel that isn't getting recommended in the algorithm to begin with, right? And when it comes to Twitch, like, yeah, the view count goes up if you refresh the stream, which is why whenever an ad break happens, my view count spikes up by 50 because all those people are refreshing trying to get around the ad. But it's not actually benefiting me in any way. It's just artificially, very briefly, temporarily inflating my numbers, which doesn't benefit me at all. And if you think it does, I'm sorry, but you're bass-ackwards. What actually benefits me is chat activity. So I appreciate the attempt to assist, but just keep in mind that Spiffing Brit isn't exactly there for the people. He's there to make content. And even though he gets credited with being there for the people, not really. Sure, but you probably watch like the 1 or 2 directories of games that would get me recommended. And people refreshing the channel isn't going to get me recommended more. It's just going to artificially inflate my view count temporarily. Warm hello from a German lurker. Well, hello from Canada, friend. Guten Tag. Which I can't say properly anymore. It's been a long time since I took German classes. That's a flying frog. Frog smoking the good stuff, I suppose. What chat activity benefits you? Use your brain and think about that question for a second and answer it yourself. If you're capable of doing that, then that kind of chat activity. If you're not, well... can't help you. See, now that is strange. Although there is somebody I know who streams a lot of RuneScape who's not small, who follows me and subscribes, and sometimes raids me. So maybe that's why. Only bots. Sigh. Time for the obligatory story of this one time, my dad, when he first found out that I was streaming on Twitch and making money doing it, he was genuinely convinced that I wasn't actually making money doing it and I was actually just getting scammed, and all of the supposed money that I thought I was making was actually not money that I was making and actually just Chinese bots that are designed to make us dumber. So, you know, we all have our moments. Sounds about right. Whenever I bring this story up, because it is an actual serious story, there's always somebody in chat that goes, God damn it, he's on to us! Fuck! Quick, hide the memes! Granted, once I showed him my paychecks, he stopped bullshitting and started believing me, but it took a couple years. Does my dad make and sell tinfoil hats as well? No, but he does design robots and automation systems for a living. All right, Stone rock, bones, yes. Claw thread, bars metal, oh. Nope, not that. I need cloth. With a CNC mill. That's specific enough that I'll just say he's an automation specialist who works for a specific factory. But no. Not a CNC mill. Although the summer that the winter that Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, and I had a kind of significantly larger than normal amount of audience awareness. There was a period of time where 2 of my dad's recent recruits were talking about Dwarf Fortress and also recommending my videos to each other in the lunchroom, and my dad didn't say anything. And I kind of wish that he did. Because he still hasn't said anything to them. And they still work there. Bet he got it firsthand. Yeah. No, it was a weird Christmas, I'll put it that way. December 22. Very strange. Very strange Christmas. All right, you Right here, you connect to this. Oh, duh. You must leave chat for real life duties. Best of luck with your real life duties. You know, I was planning on playing some Caves of Cud today, but I'm streaming for almost 8 hours. Chat, a question. If I were to say ask this question out loud, what would you say? Rift Wizard or Path of Acra? Once I, you know, get the current portion of this project done that I'm working on. What would you guys prefer to see this evening? As the evening game. Because I'm looking at the time, it's 4 p.m., or it's getting close to 5. I have about 2-ish hours left. And then I have to go to the garden. Path of Acra. Basically, which build theory crafting roguelike would you like to see more? Either Ultimate Wizard Simulator, basically, roguelike Wizard Simulator, or, I don't know, make screen explode after pushy one button simulator. It's a very niche video game that has sold like 10,000 copies, so expect the vast majority of human beings on Earth to not know what the fuck a Path of Acra is, Elfie. That's all I have to say. Assuming that people would know what the heck that game is maybe a bit naive. Even if you're doing it ironically. Sort of like me assuming that everybody should know what Cheese Runner is. Which you should, but it's okay if you don't.
Cheese for everyone!
Well, I was going to say Rift Wizard 2, actually. Oh, wow, it is raining. And it is raining hard. This is something that you almost never get to see unless you are looking at a riverbed like this. This is rain in Dwarf Fortress. Do you know that rain fills up areas with water? Do you know that? So unless you have like a drained ocean or a dammed riverbed or something, you're never gonna see this. Most of the games I play look ancient and were released recently. I mean, I streamed a bit of Creeper World X last night and somebody tuned in and unironically said, so what year was this game released? Wait, recently? This was released recently? It's actually raining kind of a lot, geez. Only if pools? My main wish for rain is I wish that we had seasonal flooding. That used to be a feature in the game. We used to have seasonal flooding. But that was like a very, very, very long time ago. This is actually a bit too much rain. Game, you can stop raining now. Please. There you go. The game stopped raining now. So this will drain. Except, yeah, there's no natural flooding. Well, there used to be seasonal flooding in Dwarf Fortress. The cavern rivers would flood annually, but this was back in, like, the, boat murder days. Rain is literally causing this river to fill back up. This is all rain. This is all rainwater right here. All of this is rainwater. So, is rain flooding a thing? No, and it's definitely not happening on screen right now as we speak. Also, you cannot prove to me that birds are real. Also, it's not a tunnel, it's a ravine, but yes. I mean, you should just trust that ducks, chickens, turkeys, and pigeons are all government spies. You know, honestly, if someone tried to unironically convince me that pigeons are in fact government spies, I might believe them, just because they used to be our mail service. So, like, you know, they got to stay employed somehow. How else are they going to earn their bird feed? Ducks fly, apparently. And they must also be witches because they float. You know, I just realized that this dwarf may actually be in trouble. All right, get out of here. Okay, so now I can do this very simple task. Pull the lever, dwarf. Which will drop it right down into there. Wondering why celebrating Thanksgiving hurts your mouth? Not from chewing? I would think it would be from chewing. There you go. Drops. And so this is now full. And it go whoosh. Oh, shit. I fucked it up. I shouldn't have done that. Because now it's just going to bubble up and out. And I have to fix this. Wait. All right, well then. And here I was expecting it to bubble up, but it didn't. That's interesting. Well, regardless, I can pretty easily now connect this to another gear. And also get rid of all this. Because I'm going to need to put another thingy down here. That's what I'm going to need to do. Oh, there you go. It's all draining again, finally. Hallelujah. Let's just deconstruct that lever. Oh, no. I lost an artifact. I thought that he completed it. I blame the game's crash. It was an unnamed dwarf, which sucks, but is what it is. Okay, we're gonna move up to here. Right there. You know what? Screw it. We'll put it on this side. Once this is connected, I'm gonna connect these two. Once these two are connected, I'm gonna lock this and we're gonna let the river flow back in. Although I do have to open the outside surface walls. Oh, they are open. I'm also going to lock this because I think that this being open like this is dangerous. Shutting down for some Z's. We'll see you later, Dominoc. Oh, my dwarfing Ulfsire. Suited Giraffe would like me to dwarf Ulfsire, who's the developer of the game Path of Akra. Chat room, does Ulfie get a dwarf? Yes or nosers? You guys can vote yes or vote no. It's up to you. Ball is in your dwarf. I mean, court or something. All right, well, let's see who isn't named. I'm going to give it to Yushat the Spinner, who's now Ulfsire. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He does not trust others, and he is not careful with resources when working on projects. He often spends unnecessary effort. He has a tendency to go it alone, without considering the advice of others. And also, I just thought of something I should really do. He tends to, without considering the advice of others, he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And, he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has little interest in joking around and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally, respects the development of a skill and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes cassiterite, iron, sunstone, clear glass, jaguar, leather, and the color dark taupe. The words of the fuchsia satin and the sight of the diamond silver, and when possible prefers to consume rainbow trout, sweet potato plants, and custard apple cider. And sheep's milk, and absolutely hates large roaches. And you have a son named Thomas, and you're married to Percussive Giant, and you are a member of the South Order of Wealths, which is another deity of wealth. Yes. Religion. Welcome to the fort. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to build a drawbridge in front of this. Nah. I keep on like going back and forth as to whether or not I want a drawbridge here. But what I'm thinking would be kind of cool is if I took this as an opportunity to do this. It's 121. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then go in here. Do this, do this, do this, do this. Do that. Why do I keep my Poplo? Because this is a themed fort. And the themed fort is that I can only raise the population count when every single dwarf is named. And also, I can only, what's the word? And also, every single dwarf needs their own bedroom, office, and tomb, which they have. So I'm doing a lot of building in exchange for a theme. Because I do every fort differently. If you watch my streams frequently, or if you watch the forts I do, every fort has its own different theme from the previous ones. On a new embark, where do dwarves come from? They can have histories if there are dwarves with histories available. Otherwise, they just come out of the population, which are not notable figures. Dwarves that are not notable figures have unknown parentage. Like this one is not a notable figure. It depends on if there's notable figures available. If there are notable figures available, dwarves with histories will arrive. Otherwise, it'll just be dwarves that appear because they come out of the population. And if you stop getting migrants, it's because either A, you're out of population, or B, they can't get to you, or C, there's a war going on, or D, there's some sort of big issue with everybody. Well, work is done. Times for an omelet brekkie. God damn, I would love an omelet. Somebody want to bring me an omelet, chat? I could use an omelet. But I'm going to finish building this tower, getting that hooked up, and then we'll fill the river back up. Once that's done, I think we're going to go play some Path of Acra, because that seems to be what people wanted to see. Unless I completely misread chat, which I don't think I did. Maybe I did. Certainly possible I did. But don't forget, if you haven't yet, go follow my blog. Which is eventually going to become a substitute for Patreon. There's a link. Just saying. Do check it out if you haven't yet. With onion and bacon? My go-to is fried onion, avocado, tomato, spinach. Maybe feta if I happen to have it. That is a lot of saving. There's a whole lot for the game to save here. Make a real nice bread twist with that. I wish I had the counter space to bake. I don't really. Kneading is a bit too much of a pain for it to reasonably be worth it. We've almost doubled my daily minimum. We only need to make another, like, $14 for me to do double what I have as, like, my minimum amount that I like to make every day. Shit. Okay, so this is going to go down to here. The problem is I don't really know what to connect it to. Ooh, I should make this into a fountain. So I was going to make this into a tower. But what if I made a fountain? Because to make a fountain, literally all I need to do is I need this to go here to here, and then just go up into here. But then I also need to go to here. Deconstruct this. Dig down basically right there. Probably actually right here. Then connect a pump in here. Do I even have the stuff to make a pump right now? I don't even know. Oh, I do. Okay, so put a pump in here. Connect this to power so that it pumps from down here. And then suddenly, bang, we have a fountain. Can you just let a man make excuses about why he doesn't need another hobby on a pile of all of his hobbies, Riplin. Like, I appreciate the thought, but I'm allowed to just be like, I don't have space to do a thing. Let me just not have space to do a thing. It's fine. Please permit this. I don't want to bake. No, I do. But if I had the space to bake, then I would bake. So sure, I could say that, but I could also state that I don't have the space, which is true. I don't. And all the advice in the world is not going to give me the space. Because the problem is I do want to bake. No, it doesn't. I can get baked very easily with no extra space. That I can confirm. I'm curious if they're just going to dig straight into this. I think they are. Yeah, they are. So you can dig up into things with water in it. Which I think is hysterical. It's okay, there isn't much more water in there. It's almost done already. Just need this to spread out, which it will. Uh-oh. Fuck that. Why do I keep doing this? It's like I keep screwing this up. The order of my levers. So I keep running on automatic and then messing them up. So I'm going to dig through this right here. Gonna put a hatch cover right here. And down here, I'm gonna put a gear assembly. Up here is going to get a gear assembly. Where are we digging? Oh, we're all digging down here? Makes sense. It's this sucker's done. You're done. You're almost done. Connect this to power. Put a piece of floor on top of this. This will give it slightly more power once it's all connected. You're getting deconstructed. You know what? We'll just do this. Let's put a hatch cover on top of this and use that. So I was not planning on doing this way, really. I was kind of thinking about using my water power here, or my water geyser, I suppose, as a kind of different... Wait, what? Oh, finally. Dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. Well, that's unfortunate. So just gonna go to Burr. No, you already have a grave. Perfect. But I was kind of planning on using it in the hallway, but this may actually end up making more sense. No. What the heck is my manager doing? Oh, pfft, they're all stationed. I thought I unstationed you ages ago. Whoops. Makes sense as to why those jobs aren't getting done, though. Singular migrant has arrived, because that's the season. This is a pretty fun project. I didn't expect this fortress to get particularly mega project-y, but here we are. Oops, I did it again, I suppose. Because I really wasn't expecting this to happen. Kind of at all. But, you know, here we are. Alright, so now that that's done, I just need these boulders gone. Then I can just actually get rid of that. Probably. Then I need to go up to here and grab this lever. Link you to that. All the boulders are coming out. So now I'm just going to see if we can link this building to mechanism. Because Rimtar here is running as quickly as they can towards down here. So most of these dwarves are working on this nonsense, which kind of realized also doesn't really lead to my fort. I kind of thought that this did. Okay, actually, hold on. I gotta get rid of this. Otherwise, that's gonna start causing me some issues. There we go. So you're now filling this sucker up. Sort of. Not sure why there's water spilling back down there, but there is. Okay, well, they did manage to get this built before I managed to get this hooked up, I think. No, actually, hold on. I think they did. Let's see. All right, chat. How many people are currently listening to the stream? Are we going to have enough people to play some Path of Akron a little bit here? Could I get a round of beers? Sound off. Because I've been kind of staring at the screen and not really reading chat much. We need a Craftsdorf's guild, okay? This is why when I do Songs of Six on Friday, I'm just going to do that all day, because otherwise I'll just play Dwarf Fort all day accidentally. All right, so this can be pulled. Although I may... I'm slightly worried this isn't going to work. You know, actually, instead of doing this, let's just get rid of you, save the mechanisms, and get rid of you. And instead just put a drawbridge down here. Because that'll work, and I know it will work. You're back. How's it been? It's been pretty good. I think it's been good for chat as well. As you can see, I may or may not have drained the river. Or dammed the river. To eternal damnation. Or temporary damnation? I'm not sure. And now I'm building a fountain. Because vanity projects, eh? Seems like also most of these dwarves are taking a break, and frankly, I think they've probably earned it. We're also going to link you up to this. Get you to pull that again. Place another one of these. As the child is playing right there in a very convenient spot. Now I'm just sitting here and waiting for this to get hooked up. At your leisure, dwarves. At your leisure. Whenever somebody... Oh, there you go. And done. Dropping you down here, dropping you down here. Boom. And then when you're done, pull the lever. Do you think the troll is cute? It does have teeths. Kind of reminds me of Goofy, actually. So that's one. The second one is being done by the scribe. So he is satisfied at work, which means you must be copying books. Oh, well, it seems like this dwarf hasn't been outside in a while. Typical scribe. It's all dizzy and whatnot. Doesn't really like being outside, that's for sure. All right, well, you, let's just... chuck that over there, which is just going to move you out of the way. Just stare at this to make sure that somebody removes this first. You know, when I call you weird, you act offended. When you call yourself weird, I don't know how to respond now. Because I used to call you weird. Because I find it amusing. I will say this about the trolls. It's a face that only a mother could love. Just like internet trolls. All right, so that's done now. Then I just need this to get hooked up. Right here. Which is hooked up. Sweet. So now that that's done, I can do this. So pulling this lever Who wants to see a big ol' fountain, chat room? Because if you do, you may want to look up. Because we're going to build a big old fountain. First, I need this to get whooshed through. And also I have a unicorn to et, so we'll et that unicorn. Okay, so that part of it's done. This is now all full. So now that this is full, I can do this. And if we want to stop it, pull that lever, and then it stops. The only problem is it's not going to get that much flow, except for when this is shut. So maybe it's time to give the pumps a break. Hook all this nonsense back up. Then pull that lever. And then when there's water in here, that'll be a good opportunity for us to test this sucker proper. So we're just waiting on another dwarf to come popping down here. There he comes. To go hook this up and pull this lever. Which will only take a few moments. There you go. You're going to go give her a pull. Oh, well, kiddo did it. So now that this is flowing this way, this drawbridge is shut. May also be worth doing this. We'll dig through this, let them dig out this, because there isn't much water right here right now. It's going to get pretty full in a moment, though, because I require this reservoir up here to be full. Have a little bit of time to get this sucker done. Need a miner to get over here. What? Why'd you just cancel it? Dwarf, please. Could also smooth or fortify this, which will also speed this process up. Okay, so then they dig through this. Fortify this. Actually, I do not want you to fortify this first. I want you to dig through this. Come on. You know, actually, that's okay. We can just let that sit as is. Then after that, mine through that. Or fortify through that, I suppose. I'm going to throw this hatch up here. Which is just going to let this water flow in. Fill this sucker all the way up. Gotta run space potato. We'll see you later, dude. Now, don't you drown in here, Napalm. Don't you drown in here. Maybe it's best for me to not do it this way. It's probably not the safest way to do it anyway. Let's actually just channel down through this. And I can make this better later. Make it out of the watery grave, yeah, pretty much. So now that I do this, this is going to cause water to flow down into here. I do need to increase the flow into this thing, but let's see. Is this reservoir full? Yeah, it's not quite filling fast enough, but it's getting better. I need to redirect some of this water into there at some point. Like maybe build a pump up here, going this way or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Although it is definitely speeding up now that it's got more of the flow, because I need this to fill up, which is filling up at a much better clip now. That's doing this. Can you have a quick rundown on this water project? How about you just leave it to be a surprise? God damn it. I mean, you'll see the fountain in a moment. So there isn't too much to actually give you a rundown of. Deadly dust, beastie. Just waiting for this sucker to finish filling. Which will always be satisfying to watch. Well, I mean, if you just watch for the next 5 minutes, you will see my fountain, which is the main source of this project. First, we just need this sorting algorithm to finish distributing water evenly everywhere, all at once. Unrelated, but Everything Everywhere All at Once is a fantastic movie. It's like I feel like I shouldn't need to wait for this to fill, but here I am. Probably what I'll do is I'll set this up so that it fills infinitely from an aquifer later, but not quite there yet. Or fills from a different water source. Or from a different reservoir altogether. I don't know. We'll come up with something. I should probably just make like a reservoir that's built off of the side of the river at some point, so that I can just very easily just snap my fingers and fill this sucker up. But I've got too many sources of like water flowing off map now, which is, turns out, not great for actual water flow. But this is speeding up now. I mean, look at that. That's going okay. All right, Chatterinos, let's fire the fountain. So this is the fountain. There was one of your tutorials or a series following one of your forts. I assume it's the same for most people. Yeah, no, the vast majority of people who watch my streams have found me through YouTube. Like, I complain to you about YouTube to no end, but It's because I wish YouTube was better. It's not because I actually hate YouTube. Well, I mean, I do kind of hate Google, but... There it goes. That's my fountain. Wow. That timing. Ad break and a save at the exact same time. Kurt. Physics, exactly, yes. I might make it bigger and cooler, too. Because that won't be hard to do at all. It tries to go as high as the top height of the water. It tries to even off. That's what you call perfect timing. Next time on... It's like when a big monster shows up right as the game saves, right as an ad breaks, right as I end stream. Next time on Lost. But here's what it looks like in ASCII for anybody wondering. The truly impressive thing is that nobody drowned. Speaking of... Alright, chat room. Next time on Dwarf Fortress, we will finish that siege. 'Tis 5:30 p.m. I do have time for a singular Path of Acra run. Tomorrow we will try and fountain the baddies. It's just a matter of staring at it long enough, Robotic. If you want to actually learn what you're looking at, my best advice would just be play some fort mode, then try and do a couple small tasks in ASCII. Then jump back to graphics, and then jump back to ASCII. Just kind of alternate. If you do actually want to learn. It's just a matter of, like, staring at it for a bit. Because at the end of the day, it all looks like Dwarf Fortress. For me, it doesn't really matter what the tile set looks like. It all just looks like Dwarf Fort.